Yeah, my girlfriend tends to swaddle her.
Hello,
Hey,
hello. Swaddle your cat, huh? We're live, guys. Just in time for Stu to talk about his girlfriend swaddling their cat. Um, how is everyone out there in the streamlands? We're here with a company of fools. Ooh, nice. Getting it started with a subscription. 9 months, Kim. For a 15-year-old kid, you've lasted 9 months like you're about to give birth to a tier 3 subscription, right? Let's see. That's right. You got the gold badge. All right. We have 17 viewers. That's amazing. Well, we are trying to. We're at 537 followers right now, and when we get to 1,000, our one player, Chris, has decided he's going to give away a legendary bundle from D&D Beyond to one of our lucky followers. So, if you share the little link below in the panels to social media, get people to follow, get people to watch, you could be one of those people who get the legendary bundle. So, we would love to give that away. Parent moderated spending says maybe. Oh, I see you're saving for Jordans. That's very important. You don't have to support your DM. Just save for Jordans. It's fine. We give away a set of dice every time we hit 50 subscribers. We're at 17 for this month. Although we did already give away one set of dice. That's just something that farboco.com does for us. They send out dice to our followers. So, gift subscriptions, subscribe to the channel, share your love, and we might give away another set of dice by the end of this month. Christmas is coming up. Make somebody happy with a gift of dice. Speaking of which, giving gifts away, Eldritch Hylock got his book today. After all that work getting us to 500 followers, he got his copy of Tasha's in the mail, which is pretty awesome. I shipped it out to him in Poland, which is pretty sweet that we have a nifty follower who got us like 40 new followers in 24 hours who lives out in Poland. Hopefully they're still here hanging out watching. We love having you all with us. The only other announcement is that the Sharp-Eyed contest is still going on. Draw Sharp-Eyed. You can find out more on our Discord server, including a description of Sharp-Eyed. And you could win a mini from Hero Forge or a couple of other things that were given away for first, second, and third place. We'll have the community vote, and then we will announce the winner on Nights After Dark. So check that out. There's a week left. Get your submissions in. I'll post the Discord link in the chat. Stu, you want to go ahead and get us started with introducing ourselves, our characters in the game?
Hello, everybody. I'm Stu. I play Gaz, the half-orc Oath of Redemption paladin, who is the commander of the Legion, and is currently about to sport Sparks' hat of disguise in order to trick a prisoner.
Hi everyone, I'm Dio. I'm playing Captain Sparks, a rogue arcane trickster and artificer who just find out in the last game about how the Dragonborn Society works, and she's kind of not taking it too well right now, but she will get better at it.
Yes, oh noble Sparks, in all your blueness.
dabba dee dabba die.
I am Captain Trix. Well, I'm Adam. I play Captain Trix. That's the correct order of words that I meant to make. And I'm enjoying that we're just going to lie to somebody.
Yeah, it's nice, right?
Yeah. My threat of violence against them really motivated people to come up with a different plan.
Who's the real leader here?
Hi, I'm John. I play Captain Preacher, the Peace Domain Cleric of the Legion Chaplain, and right now still kind of in the process of evaluating a bit of his outlook and how things are versus how he's imagined them to be.
Hi, my name is Emmy. I am playing the newest and youngest Captain Bliss, who is a tiefling bard. And she is just still processing all her new co-workers and how that's going.
And I'm the Mark Knight. I am your Dungeon Master this evening. I also play all of the NPCs, including the illustrious Lieutenant Commander Silver, who is clearly the best of them. Just gonna point out that that Kim is going crazy in chat thinking that Mirth deserves to have some honorary title and payment from the Phoenix Legion, and if you want a check, you can take that up with Sparks, not Gaz.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Think you'd have better luck getting her hat off her than the money out of her hand.
Did Tobias Fugue ever try to join? No comment.
There's literally dozens of them.
They're starving babies in the forest. I need money for group support. Oh God! When we last left these guys off, they had some party crashers come to Broker's retirement party. That Bliss had decided to take on as her first act as captain of planning this supposed party, but she forgot to put the "Do Not Disturb" signs on the door for anybody who's not part of the Legion, and they decided to come crashing in, and they made themselves known very quickly with a pair of fireballs that almost put Gaz on the ground, and I will say, got him the lowest that I've ever seen him in hit points in this game ever. They were
Single digits, right?
What's that?
Single digits, right?
Yeah.
Yep. But I almost want to say I was in almost as bad a shape in that opening fight.
That's fair. There was an Ancient Blue in that fight.
I mean,
Well, it
this
was
is the
before her
lowest you've
appearance.
gotten since Commander.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which, incidentally, it comes into an idea, but I'll get into that in game.
Sweet. The command crew was able to put down the disruptive anti-party goers and drag one of their number back to the Citadel for questioning. However, assuming that this... Oh,
Gaz without armor, but still with manacles.
yes, he did have manacles. It's true.
Don't kink
Not
shame.
kink shaming, but
Gaz is like, this is a party. I definitely won't need this armor, but I might need these.
Hey, it could have been that he just heard that Trix was drinking for the first time.
maybe he just wanted to
That
enjoy
doesn't
himself
change
at
the
party.
connotation of the conversation, Adam.
I realized after the words came out of my face.
Trix is drinking for the first time ever. Better bring the manacles.
Actually, that makes it
We'll
sound
add that
worse.
to the list.
Exactly.
It really does. Yes, you've
New ship.
I mean, any ship with Trix is well protected on the high seas.
That's true. It's well protected, but never mind. I'm not going there.
You're not going to
Hey,
indulge
don't
in us
Mark.
anymore.
It's an ancient and illustrious art form in certain countries.
If the boats are rocking.
Oh, we can't even get the game started. This is ridiculous. This is what happens. Wait a minute. It's not even their fault, but for some reason, this is what happens when you have Dio and Emmy in the same game. And they're not even the ones that are perpetuating this. You guys haven't said a damn thing. Oh, we're not
Aye,
talking about him not starting mischief, David. That is not what we're talking about. Anyway, you dragged the... Words are hard. Full stop. Alex said it's definitely your fault, Theo. Anyway, I just gotta try and get this shit back on track. You took the prisoner back to the Citadel, and when discussing how you intended to gain information from this individual, and in noting his unusual appearance, you've decided on a course of action that involves Gaz wearing Spark's hat of disguise in order to manipulate this individual into believing he is a friend and spilling the beans on who the Claw of Thundermaw is, or what it's made up of, and what its purpose is, how far it reaches.
And who its allies might be.
And so we pick up... Oh, go ahead, Preacher.
Of course, one would think that this would be, the expertise of our new captain, but...
But Bliss doesn't speak Draconic.
I know.
And so you've gathered Silver gathered Gaz and Sparks in order to exchange Sparks' hat of disguise with the commander, where she would feel safely tucked away from the sight of others, her dragonborn form still hidden from view. Gaz and everyone else, tell me what the plan is now that you have the hat and you know what Gaz's role is going to be. And how are you going to enact this situation?
I'm going to give Gaz advice on how to act like a prisoner.
Go for it.
You have to manage the proper level of beaten down, but still rebellious. Otherwise, it wouldn't be believable. And don't be nice to us. If he thinks that it will be far too obvious if you talk about how kindly you're being treated. He won't believe it. I wouldn't believe it if I heard that we were treating prisoners kindly. And I assume we are because you would be very upset if we weren't.
Well, Agranok is our only prisoner, to my knowledge. We turned over custody of the one assassin to the City Watch prior to our assuming control over the City Watch.
Ah. Well, I'm sure he's dead now.
Not necessarily. But at any rate.
I wouldn't trust someone who could look like any of the guards and just walk out of the prison. But I guess that's also what you're doing right now, too.
Any other bits of advice? From you or anyone.
I'll be listening.
Actually, if any of you have advice, we can have Urag.
The problem is if none of the rest of us speak Draconic, we're not going to know what's being said.
No, because I can have Urag somewhere else, and you can listen to... She can relay what is being said. because she understands what I think and say.
He can communicate telepathically with his mount, which means if any of you are...
And Urag is able to speak.
And Urag knows Common. Yep.
So if there's any questions that arise while we're conversing, I can try and weave them in as best I can.
Makes sense.
I'm obviously not going to ask any directions point blank.
We also should also at least one of us should be outside in case he manages to see through the ruse and decides to attack you.
Should we have a safe word?
You just muted there, Mark.
I'm
That's
not
a
muted.
legit question.
I believe you're looking for the phrase "watch phrase."
Sure, that too.
Calm down there, Dio.
What's the favorite meal of one of you?
Hmm.
Let's go with milk sop. That sounds like something a prisoner might consider their captors, and is a unique enough phrase that it could be worked in.
That's true.
Okay.
And incidentally, since I am going to be disguised here, something occurred to me. We have not yet informed I don't think we've officially informed the troops regarding what occurred last night, so we do have to address that. Should we play up my injuries a bit?
We can do that.
Well, how do you want to play it? Do you want to be seen as the vulnerable commander, or the invulnerable commander?
Is this more for the prisoner or for them?
Well, definitely the prisoner. But there are two ways to think about this, because we have enemies and potential enemies on multiple fronts.
Also keep in mind anything of note that happens within these walls will more than likely be related to the houses at large. Do you want to show them weakness?
And that is the big question, because on the one hand, it could help establish who our allies truly are, and who the opportunists are. But by the same token, it could also be a way for the claws to underestimate us. I believe that now is a good time to strike when it is not. It's something to mull over. This conversation might take a while.
The fact that they failed to kill us already shows that we can't be trifled with. I doubt they're going to underestimate us anymore in the future. And Commander, with all due respect, if you don't think our allies are opportunists,
I think Carmichael is not. I don't think Dolan is necessarily either. Or at least not opportunists to that degree. They might be playing a long game, but they would not take advantage of a short-term opportunity like that. And that was more my idea regarding the claws, is that if they believe that I am weakened to the point that if they push their advantage now, they might be able to eliminate me, that might be to our advantage. Again, something to think about, and actually someone should relay this to Sparks when they get a chance. So I can spend the rest of the day in my quarters just doing paperwork. I'm sure that needs addressing anyway. But that way Rumor might be able to get around. Again, just something to consider, and I wanted to get honest opinions regarding the idea because, again, as you pointed out, that could backfire with the houses, and it could also be advantageous to have the reputation of being unkillable.
Well, here's the thing: any facade that we put up that could be relayed back to houses will eventually be dispelled once we meet with them again.
Very true.
Is this something we should discuss once we've dealt with this prisoner and know what we're facing? Maybe, like, we don't really know anything about them to know if this would work on them or not.
Good point.
Well, something to keep in mind during the conversation, then.
Yeah. Good luck, Commander.
Okay, so we need to find a vacant room that I can be shackled in.
You have tons of vacant rooms in the Citadel. You have 4 floors worth of vacant rooms. Well, that's not true. Yeah. Some of them have been repurposed already. But
so it'd be one on the first sub-basement.
Okay.
So the one between the basement and the cove.
So we're gonna take the prisoner to you once we have you situated in a room?
I believe that was your suggestion. It would make it more convincing that I'd been there long term. As such, I should probably... Gaz will concentrate for a second and then sprout a beard that goes to about his mid-chest.
Alright. A full orc with a big old beard.
Well, it's not like an orc would be trusted with sharpened tools, would he? Not when being held prisoner, anyway.
No, never. Silver Eyes Agranak. The
I think Agranak was off on his own, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, he was.
Purposely so.
Mm-hmm.
And besides which, Agranak is no longer a prisoner.
You get situated in a room, and then some of your men bring the newcomer down and throw him in there with you. Is the room... Would you have the room lit or unlit?
I think unlit. Well, actually probably lit because it's not like orcs need to... Orcs have dark vision, I believe, right?
They do.
So yeah, it'd be more of an advantage for an orc to be in a darkened room.
Okay. So the room is lit with candlelight.
Probably like a torch on the wall or something.
Yep.
Or a brazier.
You're left shackled in the room, and the prisoner is tossed in with you. And
at the opening of the door, Gaz will stand up and start shouting in Orcish at those bringing the prisoner in. Just calling them all manner of names and weaklings.
Give me a performance roll.
Kinda glad I put that. Let's see.
The prisoner eyes you, and the Silver has the prisoner along with a couple of the guards, and he gets up between the guards and pushes the prisoner right in your direction and yells in, "Keep your mouth shut! Haven't you been here long enough to know that? And then slams the door behind the newcomer.
Pathetic weaklings. And yeah, Gaz will pace angrily a little bit and then sit back down. And I'm assuming the actual shackles are going to the wall then.
What's that?
I'm assuming the shackles aren't just manacles that actually be going to the wall.
Yeah. This is the room where the people were kept. So it has the distinct feel and smell of a place where people are herded and imprisoned.
Yeah, I kind of forgot there were 2 sub-basements before the cove.
There are. I unfortunately don't have the maps uploaded to Foundry. They were on Roll20. So
He'll eye the prisoner with suspicion. What are you? I'm assuming he's in the half dragonborn.
Yeah. He looks you over. Do you have anything? Did you create anything on your person? I guess you can't create clothing. It just changes your physical appearance, right?
Yeah, so he'd be dressed in not quite rags, but getting close to that point.
Okay.
Question.
And
Quick question before we do this: were there any tattoos or anything that Agronak has to mark him as belonging to Thundermaw?
well, that's the thing. I would probably have one positioned on probably the high triceps area,
What do you have?
the same mark that was on the coin.
Okay.
Or actually, no, probably shoulder. So it wouldn't be visible quite yet.
Mark is the hat of disguise has the disguise self, so it includes clothing, armor, weapons, and other
Oh.
belongings.
Okay.
I'd still probably go with the actual clothing just to help sell it more.
Sure. The prisoner steps in and smiles. You speaking to him in Orcish?
Yep. As if a proper orc would deign to speak a common tongue.
He says to you in Orcish, I am a child of the goddess.
You look like you are, but not quite. I've only heard of you.
You will speak to me with greater respect than you treat your captors.
And how do I know this isn't a trick on their part to make me talk?
You have held your tongue this long, then. Where were you captured?
In the desert as they were leaving. I was a fool for trying to go ahead.
What is the... No. He says, were you a part of Agronak's raiding party? The ones who pursued the interlopers?
Yes. Somehow the weed sprouted around us, kept us from charging. Though we still tried.
You remain a prisoner while your chieftain walks free and armed. Why?
You think they've told me? I've tried speaking with him, but no luck. As if they'd let me speak.
Has he betrayed the goddess?
Agranak is clever. He may be trying to ingratiate himself, to strike when the time is right. I don't know what position he might hold.
If you think that a clever plan, why did you not do the same?
It'd be hard enough to think one orc would lower himself. That's presuming he is.
He asks you in Draconic, do you know the Holy Tongue?
Gaz will speak haltingly.
Give me a performance roll.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
I was almost about to spend an inspiration point. Glad I didn't.
You don't have, remember, you don't have to spend it until after the roll. He sits down in a corner of the room. When are meals?
Twice a day.
No way
Hardly
to...
any meat.
Hmm?
Hardly any meat.
You have not been beaten.
No, and it makes me suspicious. I've heard the half-breed is a weakling. Suppose that's proof.
As with your kind, I know how human blood taints the purity of your people and their strength. With us, it is opposite. The divine, that is her ancient form, uplifts the blood of the lesser beings.
The goddess actually just kind of like bewildered.
She is thousands of years old. You think she does not have children in all the lands.
But with mortals. That's what I'm... Of all types?
Those she sees fit to serve as her eyes, ears, and claws in the land of the pretenders, those who think they should rule.
How did you wind up here?
I was placed here.
Well, I meant here specifically. Kind of gesturing to the cell.
I guess the room they had me in at first was not accommodating enough.
He'll actually kind of go like that a little bit. I meant, how were you captured? You've already heard how I was.
He continues to smirk and says, I told you already. I was placed here.
Thank God Urag is able to relate a lot of this. So who's standing outside the door, incidentally?
I don't know. You'll have to ask your crew here.
Figured that's a good time for a little jump cut.
Ruh-roh.
Silver would be, um,
Probably performing the duties of the commander in my stead.
Yep, because
Yeah.
we haven't decided whether or not you were going to be too injured to function. So he's probably out and about, doing what's necessary. So who's outside who's outside the cell and who's with Urag? Because Urag, I don't think can fit into the sub basements.
No.
You really need to learn enlarge reduce so you can shrink down Urag when you need her downstairs.
But no, Preacher would probably be listening to the conversation because information is key. So
Again, can you speak Draconic or Orcish?
I can speak work.
Okay.
Well, aside from that, like, Urag would be able to relate all this in common to them.
Yes. So the question is, who's up with Urag and who's down by the door?
Guess I would probably be with Urag because I wouldn't have looked very intimidating as a warlock pushing someone through a door.
That's
Preacher
fair.
would probably look a little more intimidating in his armor.
Well, problem is, because Sparks is down on the submersible,
Yep.
so that leaves... and Silver is kind of
Acting
Actually-
commander.
Rook, or Commander Rook, or is it Rox?
Captain
Rock.
Rocks.
Okay, Rox can be outside the door then.
Okay. That's fine.
She's
She's
definitely able to handle
intimidating.
herself. I mean, she crossed an entire freaking continent to get back here.
Yes. Yeah. She fits the part. I'm getting a little bit of feedback from somebody. I'm not sure who.
Yeah, I'm hearing, like, beeping.
Like a buzzing sound. I think it might be coming from you, John.
It is. For some reason, the heat warning in my processor is going off. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
That's not
Yeah.
Uh,
good.
Nope. If you need to, hit push to talk for now until you figure it out.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me...
Alright.
Okay, so, yeah, the 3 player character captains that is not Sparks are all probably around Urag then, right?
Yeah. So that's the information that they get. Or they get whatever information you relay to Urag.
Well, that I tell Urag to speak anyway.
Yes.
And that bit, she is absolutely going to relate.
Okay.
That at least the prisoner is at least putting up a front of this was intentional for his capture. Though, actually, can I do insight?
Yeah.
Because he might also
Actually,
be
what-
We wouldn't be the Phoenix Legion if you didn't.
What's your passive
Yes.
insight, Gaz?
It's a +6.
Okay. Then I'm gonna have him.
Roll appropriately.
Yes.
Dio just like finally rolling.
And I've got to make sure not to be looking at the Twitch stream when you roll that.
Correct.
Thankfully, I was only able to see the drop-down menus.
You said it's a plus what? Plus.
+6.
Okay. You are. He's speaking with confidence in what he's saying.
Uh-oh, he got that not lion swagger.
Although the issue is what type of confidence. Is it the confidence of a cultist or confidence of there is a plan here that I'm relying on?
The
And
response.
either one. Yeah.
The response you get is like, how do I relay this? There is no doubt in his voice that what he is saying is true. That doesn't necessarily mean it is. It doesn't necessarily mean he's lying. It doesn't necessarily mean that... it may simply be that he believes with fervent assurance that if he's here, he's supposed to be here.
The will of the goddess, sort of thing.
Or it could mean that this was, in fact, the plan all along. But as far as the only thing you really read off of him is supreme confidence in what he is saying.
Yeah, Urag will relate what he's just said verbatim. And as well as my orders to just make sure that people are watchful, which they probably already are in the wake of the attack to begin with.
I'm gonna turn to Preacher. Do orcs know how to magic?
It's, to the best of my knowledge, it's rare but not impossible. Why?
Well, my concern is if he's not lying, he might have been put here for the purposes of scrying.
Urag, have the commander ask. Have the commander ask if the prisoner's there to free him.
Urag would probably just, like Gaz would hear that from Urag, and Gaz would tell her to respond back with, "That's doubtful. Why would they expend resources on a low grunt like him?"
What about just a more general, are you here to free me? Oh, can you free me?
Okay. So, go ahead.
Yeah. Character. Sorry about that, Mark. Like, I didn't hear it right away because these are actually somewhat noise canceling. So.
No problem.
Mine is the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So
if
you hear
someone
it again,
breaks
just
into
let me
our
know,
house
okay?
and doesn't go to John's room, we're gonna be statistics.
So in the room, Gaz would ask, "So do you have a plan to escape then?" Kind of like slyly and kind of giving a bit of a, like, okay, if you've got a plan, I'm in, sort of attitude. Or did she place you here as eyes and ears?
More of the latter, when the first, and the former, once I have completed what I am here to do.
Okay, relate back the idea of, okay, it's more information gathering than imminent attack, at least. Well, I can tell you what I know.
Yeah, because it's
So
just
it's not much.
how can I help? Just have them be like, how can I help?
Sorry. Looking at my notes at the same time, so. What? He says, why do you want to know the answer to that question?
I want to be free.
Which question? I don't care.
You asked if he was here to, if he had a plan to escape, or if he was here for information. And you said that it was kind of in a way that you, actually, you said your statement was that it was in a way that you were willing to help. Correct? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Well, that was initially in regards to, hoping that it was the escape. And then after he mentioned that it was more for the eyes and ears, well, I can tell you what I know, but it won't be much.
Why don't you begin with that? It would be helpful.
Mentioned that we've traveled on a boat for quite some time. Not mentioning the submersible attack. Though I would obliquely say like it got very rocky. I presumed that it was a storm or something. They didn't come down or anything. We arrived here, they took control of this place and have set me in here. And I've just been fed it. I've been able to overhear some smattered things regarding the houses in the city, but that's it. As I said, it's not much. I haven't been able to. I wouldn't dream of trying to ingratiate myself with these weaklings. I've never seen this much water, though.
Yes. Out in the desert, I'm sure that it would be much drier there.
So you've seen water like this before?
I,
Kind of like disbelieving.
I live in this city.
Gaz would just kind of look at him very screw-eyed, like, obviously thinking, how? You have a very unique appearance. That's as believable as me saying I live in this city. That would be out loud.
There are ways of getting around in cities, blending in with the masses. Sometimes magics, sometimes makeups, and sometimes simply a hood. And walking in the areas that no one wants to look.
Suppose you've got more experience with that than I have.
Do you wish to stay here long term, or would you prefer to help the Claw?
We serve the same goddess. But I do want to try making my way back to my clan as when I can. Would you be able to help? Because I don't think I would be very fit to serve in this capacity. My skills are in battle, not in subterfuge.
We will see. Battle may yet be an appropriate situation.
Very hushed tone at this point. Do you think they could be listening? Why would they put you in my cell?
This is why we speak your language or mine.
creature kind of smirks. Kind of smirks at that. Well done.
Let me ask you a question, gang. What did you leave on the prisoner, and what did you remove from his person?
All weapons, definitely.
Because of how things have worked in the past, Sparks will have looked for sending stones or anything magical that he might be carrying.
Which Trix could easily facilitate.
Yeah.
I have magic eyes.
And probably all the gold if he was carrying anything.
Oh, naturally.
There's a thing. Oh, what is it? No idea, but there's a thing.
So did we leave him with the clothes he was wearing, or issue him a new set?
I mean, normal prisons would issue a new set.
Yeah.
Probably a good idea then, yeah. Especially since, 3 of the 5 command staff that are played by characters have recommended.
Yeah. That's fine.
So what was your experience with them so far like? Did you actually face them in a fight?
I did. Their commander is the half-breed. He's resourceful. They do not falter easily.
Yeah, that is something I've heard regarding the half-breeds that is a little peculiar. Must be the mingling of the 2 bloods.
Ask him, do you think if the goddess will come for us?
Urag will just reply back, mentally from Gaz. Given... that wouldn't even be a question in this prisoner's mind.
Hmm.
I mean, that was mainly a teeing up to ask how soon.
And Urag would reply back again with, when the goddess sees fit to, or when he's gathered as much information as he can, he'll engineer his own escape.
Yeah, we're not getting anything concrete, I don't think.
He said he's from the city. Does he have any other friends in the city that we should be aware of?
Ask him his address.
How were you able to... How many of you were in that attack?
A small number of us. Just enough to make it appear to be legitimate.
Appear to be legitimate? What do you mean? It wasn't legitimate? You weren't trying to kill them?
It was enough that if we had, it would have been satisfying. But as I said, I have reasons to be here.
Have you spoken with the goddess herself, then?
We speak to her regularly.
Urag will definitely be relaying that back. Bless you, by the way.
Thank you.
But to reiterate, Urag will be relaying the part about apparently they speak with the goddess regularly. You mean through the stones, or... Because
We have those who can communicate over distance, and we have items to help in times of need.
So did she give the order to attack? Or was this like Agranak who did not do as... kind of like looking as though he's doubting himself. I'm not sure she told him to... Well, actually, no, never mind, because thinking back, Thundermaw herself came at us during the route, or during the evacuation part. So, yeah, Agranak definitely did that with her full consent. And out of character, what term did Agranak refer to the changeling as?
A faceless one.
Does she have are some of the faceless ones in the city as well? Those would be very useful here.
There are some.
Preacher goes cold at that.
I mean, we already knew there was some. We've killed some. We've captured some.
I thought we've only killed and No, the faceless. We've only captured or killed the one.
You captured one on the ship, and then you killed one on the ship, and you killed one here in Grover.
Right. But we've only encountered the one in Grover. The one on the ship was still... Was it on the astral plane? I think it was, right?
Yes, it was in the
Yes.
astral plane.
So yeah, it must have been with us when we evacuated.
I thought that one who attacked the Citadel earlier was also a changeling. That was my mistake.
No.
Just regular assassin.
Okay.
Yeah, that was probably sent by a house, not by Thundermaw.
Well, that's where it's a big question mark.
In Preacher's mind, at least.
Yeah. And Gaz will shudder a little bit at like even bringing up the half or faceless. Those things unnerve me. I know they have their uses, but
Just spooky.
They are necessary. And some are loyal.
wait, only some?
There are those who have found their independence. They are not creations of the goddess. They are like, well, you and your people. Some have sworn themselves to her service, and others reject her.
But the goddess did not create the orcs.
Nor did she create the faceless. Many come into her fold, her flock, from near and far. My mother is resourceful.
How did they hear of her? Because our clans didn't until she beat our chieftains.
They come from the other side of the desert, from beyond. There is another sea.
Okay, so Urok's definitely relating that information.
Preacher's like, well, maps will have to be updated.
I mean, where did you think the changelings were from?
Could have been north or south.
What is the rotation of the guards for your cell, do you know?
They usually transfer at meals. Suppose that's why they only serve the 2 meals. That way it's easily 3 rotations, and that's more than enough for the most part. I'm not sure whether they'll keep us together or not.
You said there were 2 meals served.
Right.
3 rotations.
So that's when one comes for the first meal. The one that's currently standing watch leaves. The second one stands watch until the second meal. Then a third one comes, relieves them. The second one leaves. Then when the first meal is served, first one comes back and relieves. Wait,
It's only 2 rotations.
he'll look like he's and out of character. That was genuinely a math flub on my part.
Yep, I know. It's perfect, though.
Like, kind of counting on his fingers, like, wait, what?
As you'd expect from a dumb orc.
When you
It was more of a mind for combat than math.
When you awaken, I will not be here.
How do you know?
Put faith in the goddess. However, when we return, we will remember that you are here.
What time of day is it, actually? I'm assuming, like, Oh, yeah, it's just the start of the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is.
Well, that's presuming that you're in my cell for the rest of this day.
That is true.
So you plan on escaping this quickly? Why can't I go with you?
That is unfortunately not possible at this moment.
Okay, so Urag will relate a new idea. Rest of this day... Oh, actually, it just occurred to me. Okay, yeah, the hat will be like a little bandana sort of setup on top of the prisoner's head.
Why is that?
Well, because the hat has to be visible, doesn't it?
I don't think it does.
No.
No, it can disguise itself. I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, let me read How to Disguise.
I mean, it was one of those, like, it would seem like a natural drawback.
You can cast the disguise self spell at will. Disguise self allows you to make yourself, including your clothing, armor, weapons, and other belongings on your person, look different until the spell ends, or until you use your action to dismiss it. You can seem 1 foot shorter or taller, and can appear thin, fat, or in between. You can't change your body type, so you must adopt a form that has the same basic arrangement of limbs. Otherwise, the extent of the illusion is up to you. The changes wrought by the spell fail to hold up to physical inspection. For example, if you use this spell to add a hat to your outfit, objects pass through the hat, unless it's, like the Hat of Disguise.
Okay.
This is the spell Disguise Self, though. So you can make it appear as if you're not wearing a hat.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if people try to touch the top of your head, they'll feel hat.
They'll feel hat, yes.
And incidentally, that kind of made it occur to me that I should definitely make sure that he does not get to touch me.
Yes.
Because that would be bad.
Sparks will have told you that, like, it's imperative.
Yeah.
The reason why she doesn't like to be touched is because of the hat.
Right.
And presumably he's shackled on the other side, then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we shackle our prisoners into spooning positions.
The prisoner asks you, "What is your name, warrior?"
Rahuma.
Did I give you a name for the prisoner yet?
No.
Okay.
And yours?
am Yagalor.
That's how I heard it. That's how I'm gonna spell it.
Oh, God.
Were we only to meet under better circumstances? So, I've never actually seen one of your kind before.
The descendants of Thundermaw. Have you
And
heard?
go ahead.
But you've heard the tales. No, you haven't.
Vaguely.
Not based on what you said. You were surprised that she bred with others.
I've heard, like, vague things, but I figured maybe she just created them. She didn't create the orcs, but she could create others, but apparently not in the fashion that I was expecting that she would create one. Kind of looking like a little disturbed that his goddess has an active sex life.
And with lesser beings.
Right. Like with another dragon, sure, obviously.
Let the goddess get some, like, relax.
She appeared to you as an orc. Did you not think she could appear as other creatures?
Suppose I might have to prove myself in battle then.
I am technically many generations removed.
What does the first generation look like?
They look like her, but as a man would be, on two legs.
Gazin, like, screams internally sort of thing. Realizing that this means that Captain Sparks is more than likely only one or two generations descended from possibly Thundermaw herself.
Just so you know, Dragonborn and half-dragons are not the same thing.
Gaz does not know that,
Gaz
though.
does not know that.
Ask him how long has he. Ask him how long has he been in the city.
Did you arrive in the city when the Legion did?
No. The city is my home. I was raised here.
She saw that far ahead.
I have cousins and siblings in every city in Orden. The claw reaches far. We await her return. The orcs were to usher that in. You and your bannermen failed.
Yes, the goddess had to reveal herself to these legionnaires.
I am aware.
Yes, you've spoken more recently with... Actually, I've never spoken with the goddess herself. That was always just something Agranak did.
She has not yet forsaken the elves for the orcs for their failure.
So what you're saying is there's a chance.
Her plans have merely changed, not failed, for she has many contingencies.
I've heard talk of all these houses here. Are any of them loyal to her?
The
Could they
houses,
be trusted?
the houses mean nothing. They are creations of creatures far below her sight.
But they could also be used.
And so they are.
And Preacher just goes,
Downright uninformative there.
yeah.
Actually, insight check. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
You can make an insight check on that, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
The claw does not. The claw is not the ones to... we do not take control through might. We are subtle. We influence. We nudge. We push.
Ask him, did you kill the king?
One of the things the guards have mentioned is how they came back and there was no king anymore. I'm assuming that the claws may have had a hand in this. And can we find the insight check on that one?
Yes.
Okay.
It was not by our hand that the king fell, though the opportunity has created much derision among the humans,
So
which
they
we
hasten
use to our advantage.
their own downfall.
I do not believe that is the case.
You don't think they'll fall because they're divided?
Oh, they shall. I do not think it was their hand that slayed their king either.
Based on what?
Words and rumors, though not confirmed.
There's an interesting wrinkle.
Ooh. And okay. Urok relates that, and Trix, you actually see Preacher kind of let out like a bit of a relieved breath. Preacher goes to Trix and like, in the back of my mind, I was always worried that we'd be ending up supporting one of the houses that would eventually reveal themselves to be the king's assassins.
I mean, you're going off the opinion of the child of the creature we're trying to fight, who's going off rumors. There's no guarantee we still aren't actively supporting the traitor.
No, but A, he has no reason to lie to this prisoner. B, they've been in the city for far longer than we had originally thought, so they of course know and dialed into.
No, I understand everything you just said. He said it was rumors, so he doesn't know for certain either.
He's not certain who, but his belief is based on that it wasn't anyone from in the city that killed the king, regardless.
Oh. And my belief it was Weston. I'm going completely off rumors and speculation as well. We won't know until we actually figure it out.
And Urok would pipe up with a bit of a pedantic. Actually, this is not a child of Thundermaw. It's one of the great, however many children. Very far removed from the original bloodline.
Have to come ask if he can manage to escape. How can I find them? How can I find you?
Isn't there only one way out of that cell?
You said you'd come back for me when you could. How long might that take?
That will be discussed once I return, I'm sure. By now, our spy has already reported that I was captured. The planning will have begun.
And if I somehow free myself, how could I find you? And actually, the how could I find you, he'd speak haltingly in Draconic for that part. Like, trying to, adding that little extra layer of security because character-wise, he would know, okay, these guards might know some Orcish. So they might be able to figure out what I'm saying. Draconic, no, they couldn't.
In Draconic, he says, in the district with the casino in the north, there is a building. It's an old warehouse, looks mostly run down. It's fairly large. There is a thieves guild there that runs
There's a what?
There's a thieves guild there that runs a fighting pit. It is known as the Gilded Horn.
They all serve.
You can find me there if you manage to escape on your own.
I'll try and remember.
And Preacher just looks at Trix with a smirk. Now at least we know where they are.
If he's not lying.
Insight check?
As far as you can tell, he is being upfront with you about this information.
And once that, he immediately looks over at Bliss. We need watchers there. Now. Comings and goings. Everyone.
Okay, on it.
So how will you escape within just a day when I haven't been able to do it in 2 months? Or, actually, out of character, how long have we been in Grove Air?
Oh, God.
I think about like a month and a half at this point.
It is the 30th of Hexen. You arrived in the city. You arrived in the city 20 days ago.
Oh, sheesh.
It has not even been a full month.
Okay, well, I'd probably say a month because that'd be
Travel
how
from
long he's...
desert and such.
Exactly.
Yes.
Like he's been captive for a month. What could you do in a day that I couldn't in a month?
You landed in... Let's see, you were in Ravenreach on the 5th of Hexen is when you departed from Ravenreach, so 25 days ago.
Well, we also I remember Gaz pushed for, okay, we've been in the desert for 10 years, they deserve rest, let's spend a week here.
Yes, I believe you did. Therefore, it was, yeah, you could say about a month. You've been captured for a little over a month.
Just having to say 30-ish, or yeah, days.
Well, he'd be able to count them. Well, maybe he'd be able to count the meal.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
His math isn't so strong, obviously. Although he probably gets thrown off because it's always a new voice anyway. But anyway, yeah, in character he'd ask, like, how can you manage in a day what I haven't been able to in a month?
I have abilities at my disposal that you do not. Don't worry your head about it. The less you know, the less you can tell them.
I think at this point we should interrupt and pull Gaz out.
Urag would object from, like, according to the commander, he wants to be left in the same cell until this creature engineers its escape, because he might be able to see how it does it.
It's very. I already have an idea. Tell the commander. The commander, his hands are manacled, but they're still free, right?
Right.
He's a spellcaster.
Telepathically from Gaz, he didn't cast any spells in the fight, though. He relied solely on his weaponry. He might have allies that could cast a spell that could summon him?
Also, you, as an aside, if you removed all of his equipment and you and gave him a change of clothes, then he has no arcane focus and he has no spell component pouch. So anything that he would do would have to not require those things.
Right. So yeah, that's kind of why Gaz wants to stay in the cell in order to observe. And we already have a cover story for the day, if need be, that he's...
Well, that's not going to be a problem for him, is it? I just looked at the teleport spell if he can cast it. Components. Verbal. That's it.
Well, he was also a frontline fighter, so... Could be someone will teleport in to teleport him out. Of course, if that's the case, why not bring along the other prisoner? Which that would be interesting.
It's true. He could also just Misty Step and run.
Very true.
I was thinking more along the lines of mealtime, he's going to cast invisibility, get himself out.
Possibly, yeah. So that's why Gaz wants to stay in there until such time as that occurs. Because he's also made it clear that, okay, you aren't going to be coming with me here, but we'll hopefully come back for you.
I feel I should make an entrance. Give some deliberate misinformation that he can relay back.
That could work.
Are you a good liar?
Preacher kind of gives like a little half smile at that. I grew up in Grover, didn't I?
Well, that would just make you an asshole.
And depending on your strengths, you might not be a good liar, but you could be very insightful.
Out of character, with the changes to Peace Domain from Unity, I picked up another scope proficiency, and of course I went with deception.
Yep.
Question is though, what kind of falsehood do I want to give?
Well, we've got one more meal to deliberate anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Preacher will Urag. I'm tempted to let Lord Dolan know of these developments. Will the commander object if I give him a sending?
Let's deliberate in a council meeting before we inform any of the houses.
If we If we intend to make a move, though, against this thieves guild, we're not going to be able to do that quietly without the house's support.
Very true. But House Foster may very well be in collusion, or they may be completely unaware. We have no idea. Same with Dolan. It does seem as though the houses are being kept out of the loop by these claws.
Most. It is my impression that the claws have essentially been operating as an independent thieves and information guild for however many centuries that she's been planning this, giving Thundermaw back real-time information on the status of humans and what's been going on while she's been supposedly in the desert making her plans. I doubt that they would have the hook. I doubt that they would ally themselves with the human houses for any length of time other than a single transaction, because they don't want themselves to be known to them.
It could also be a long con. As I've said, we'll deliberate in a council meeting, I think.
Fair
well,
enough.
Not council meeting. We deliberate in a
And a captain in
Right.
a officers meeting.
right. That way we'd get all viewpoints and opinions.
How about I try to rattle him? Let him know that Thundermaw's knowledge has been spread through all the cities of Grovair. They all know when she's coming, and they're going to be ready for her.
Hold off on that. And back kind of in the cell, one thing I've never quite understood with Thundermaw is why the goddess wouldn't just display her strength and make everyone cower before her. Especially with these weaklings out here.
Thundermaw is craftier than you. You couldn't even count the number of guard watches there were. How dare you question her methods? When the time comes, she will subjugate all these lands and punish them for the audacity of thinking they are better than dragonkind. She will make her presence known, and they will cower.
But from what I've heard from the guards, they weren't aware that she even existed. The tribes weren't aware she existed until she finally revealed herself to us.
Tell me.
You cut out, I didn't hear.
Yeah, he says, tell me, what do you know of these cities and their peoples?
They talk and talk and talk and talk. And maybe take action, then talk about that action and what they should do after that action.
Did they merely talk when all of the tribes descended upon these lands? No. They gathered together in force, with all of the most powerful allies, items, and artifacts, and they wielded them against the orcs until they drove them out. If the goddess were to come and reveal herself on her own, do you not understand that these creatures have never seen one of her kind, but they know rumor? And when she presented herself, they would band together and attempt to strike at her as one. She waits until they are weak, which they are now separated from one another. She did not expect your invasion to fail, but they united once again. This time, we will wait until each house is broken and then we will come in force. They have many other enemies now.
There's an entire continent between there and here, though. Are all like this city?
Not all.
Don't push it. They get lie.
Well, on the plus side, we did at least gather, okay, this is precisely why she is trying to kill us, and it would likely not be a great idea for us to reveal that, we've spread the word about it. Let's see.
Why was it? Okay, why would you think it'd be a bad idea?
A bad idea to... Oh, yeah, because that might make her rush ahead with plans and strike before we can ready.
Rushed plans are far more better than enacting one that's actually going to plan.
Fair point. So act as you see fit is Gaz's order. Regarding the interfere/rattle idea. Maybe talk it over with Sparks beforehand. Well, Sparks or Bliss. Both of them are our social engineers, so to speak.
I'm thinking that we try to rattle him, and also B, give him a false sense of security. We accuse him. I say to him that we know that they are working with House Benton. So he thinks our focus is literally on this island that we don't know, that you just revealed where their hideout is.
Sounds like a good idea. But again, deliberate with the other captains.
I'm saying that out loud with Trix and Bliss there.
Just make sure Sparks gets her input.
All right.
Did you guys give us a reason on why Sparks would not have been here?
She's down teaching the Dragonborn regarding the language.
All right. Let's look at Captain Preacher. Captain Preacher, I think whatever you decide to do, if possible, I would like to come along just for a chance to maybe tiptoe around in his mind a bit to see if he has any interesting thoughts going along.
Not a bad idea.
If he's so sure that he will escape, I say we cut off his fingers and cut out his tongue.
Blizzard will turn to look at Trix is that a normal thing you guys do?
Not something the Legion is in the business of doing, Trix. And in this case,
he can't cast spells that way, which would mean that somebody will be breaking into the Citadel.
I don't suppose you guys have any manners of silencing the room, so if he has to say anything for the spell, if that's how he's planning on escaping.
I do not. Do you?
No.
I could alarm the cell, that's it.
Do that. I will say do that, Captain Trix, because we should make a show that we're taking him seriously, and that I mean, he says he's going to escape. I say we should make every effort not to, every effort to at least to keep
Prevent
him
his
from
escape.
But at the same time, let's also make a plan that give him a bunch of false and misleading information in case he actually does make good on it. If I can
I will do that before sundown. I will
Well-
alarm the room.
If
Well-
I can give, if I can give these claws of his just enough rope that they can hang themselves with, in the end.
Urag would pipe up with Gaz. Urag would pipe up with Gaz's input,
Which
where
is
come and serve that second meal. Because for one, we've never seen a creature like this before. So obviously you would be taking interest in it, but perhaps spending most of the day deliberating.
Mhm.
And beyond that, it would also give Trix a reason to alarm the room by saying that, with kind of the reasoning that that's the daily refresher, because why would they leave the orc prisoner in an unalarmed room?
I am unsure why they have not come and questioned me yet. Did they question you immediately?
No, it took about a day. They talked and talked and talked.
And
As
then
I
when
said-
they were done talking, they talked some more.
So I suppose they are representative of the city, at least.
I mean, yeah, so we could, like, grab him for interrogation, give, like, the commander a break, and then we can talk to him and see how that goes.
And possibly plant misinformation with him directly regarding the commander's state, because the commander would not be present. That way, if we want to limit it to just them, we can. And that way, Sparks can also get her hat back for a while. So yeah, that seems like a good idea. Like, instead of just bursting in and doing a bit of misleading, you can haul him away to interrogate him for a while.
that works.
All right.
Does anyone, aside from the commander himself, is anyone present able to cast a spell that compels truth?
Well, it'd just be the ability to, or discern lies, rather.
Well, no. Zone of truth is what Preacher's thinking.
Right, but it basically lets you know if someone is lying.
I don't have the spell, but I'm pretty good at reading people.
As am I.
But the spell is a nice little aid.
Yeah.
I could lightning bolt him if he told me things I didn't like.
Gaz could appear wounded, sort of thing. And then head
No.
back to his quarters after. Or actually, no, he couldn't because he has to be present for it. Alright, put the kibosh on that. Although we can leave him unarmored and maybe bandaged up in a couple spots.
Easy to manage with a hat of disguise.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Although, well, problem is Sparks needs it back.
It'd be a lot
Oh.
easier. It would be a lot easier to do it, but just if
Well, Sparks is also the most insightful of us, so her in interrogation would definitely be very crucial.
Just confirming, you guys are saying, like, this out loud, that it is, in fact, like, Sparks' hat of disguise, and that she needs it, which is why... Bliss won't say anything.
We've been rather
but she's
indelicate about
slightly
that,
concerned.
Yep. You guys have been having that conversation in front of Bliss.
We need to loop her in at some point.
She's starting to
Like
get some
Craft sort
stuff.
of thing.
does she have a questioning look on her face?
No, she hides it, but she's not saying anything out loud. She's just taking in all the information you guys say, as per always.
Well, yeah.
Not quite to the point of myth font and the like, though.
Can we ask the Dragonborn if they are, if they can breathe underwater?
Well, these are
Why,
Dragonborn.
why Trix? Why?
I find almost drowning makes people give up secrets. We are going to interrogate him, right? This is where I can help.
Urag would just look at, like, you've disappointed Urag.
Bliss is wondering where they got Trix from. Like, I think out of all
Prison.
the time, she only reflects her like appearance is when Trix speaks. She's just like, "What?"
Yeah.
Where did they get him? From a prison where he
Yes.
was serving life for murder.
I will say, I'm a little surprised Captain Bliss is taking the speaking ward into such easy stride.
Yeah, no, that's cute. She's like, "All right, this is fine."
The thing that throws her off most is the half-elf who wants to actually interrogate him, not the Hat of Disguise or the Talking Wolf.
It's not interrogation. It's torture. Of course, well, Trix might not
It's
think anything different.
enhanced interrogation. It's interrogation plus.
Interrogation Plus.
Interrogation Pro.
New from Disney. Interrogation Plus.
Interrogation Max.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I think we should get all of that ready. And if we hadn't, Bliss would want to like search his original belongings to see if she can find anything that might be like familiar to where he got it. If he's been in the city, anything that might give a hint of more of their location.
Sure. Give me an investigation check.
Like, I know this Taylor.
Yeah, based on what you find among his things, like the style is very Groverian as far as the style of clothing. His boots are from a they have the handiwork of a oh my god, cobbler, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Of a cobbler from the northern part of the city. Very distinct. And the everything about everything that you see on his person would lend to his story that he is from Grover.
Perfect cover.
All right. Shall we?
Yeah, do we want to go? Do you want me to go get Sparks if she's down there with them?
That's
Sparks will have given the order that no one except Gas or Silver can come for her, and
Alright.
only with the hat in hand. Like, she's...
Or on head, as it were.
Yeah.
all right.
And Urag will pipe up with, when you take him for interrogation, also have Rahuma taken for his weekly bath.
No, I'm going to keep him in. We're going to keep him in there. Preacher's like, no. We're going to make a show of keeping him in the room, and have as the prisoners being dragged away, have him be like, so just have someone be like, so what exactly have you two been talking about?
Fair point. And then, yeah, Gaz would go down, give Sparks the hat until the interrogation's done.
Okay.
Yeah.
You come in and drag out your prisoner for
And
interrogation.
at that point, and as he's being dragged away, Preacher's going to be like, literally just like, what were you two talking about in there?
Captain Preacher, interrogation doesn't become you. I will ask the orc what he's doing. You can leave.
And we'll take a quick break with that, and we'll pick up with you all having the prisoner in your preparations for interrogation.
Just make sure to wait until Sparks is present for the interrogation. Her passive insight is insane.
Yeah, it's like 35. It's not really, but it sounds like it.
Her passive insight is high, but that doesn't stop her from rolling constantly.
we have returned. When we last left off, you had dragged the prisoner into a separate location to question while falsifying an interrogation with the disguised commander so that he can take the hat to Sparks and inform her of what has happened so far. You bring the prisoner where to interrogate him? Are you taking him to like the conference room, or are you taking him back to the room he was originally in? Are you taking him outside so that Trix can put him in the water? What's your plan? And are you waiting for Sparks? Don't all answer at
This would
once.
deter to Preacher. Whatever Preacher says, because I don't... Yeah.
I mean, I'm just waiting for them to cart them away, but
Yeah, once
We
they
just
cart
did-
them away, you can...
I'll.
All right.
So, do you want to break, Commander?
Yes, I think Sparks would prefer to be present for the interrogation anyway.
I'll be like, take him back to the room he was in
Okay.
and let him stew.
Okay. So you've set everything up for that.
And this time he's going to be bound in a chair with his hands manacled behind his back.
Okay.
And Preacher's going and he's going to leave him in there for a bit, and he's going to tell the guards, he's going to be like, keep a close eye on him. We'll be back once we're finished up with the other one.
And they will do that. Gaz, you bring the hat down to Sparks.
Got quite a bit of useful information out of him, but I'll leave that for the other captains to loop you in on, because they're going to be interrogating him themselves, and I'd like you present.
So I'm gonna just lie to the entire group right now, and after Gaz leaves to go give the hat, that's when I'm going to put alarm on the room. I want to see if he can notice it when he comes back.
Okay. Sounds good.
Question: Sparks has been down there in her Dragon Ball form, trying to continue teaching common to the other dragon forms.
This is the first time that you are appearing in your true form to the Dragonborn, correct?
Yes. And her thought was, okay, my dad named me Lapis because Lapis Lazuli, the stone, is not really blue. Like I have gold in me, so technically I'm not part of the society that makes people feel bad. Like I have golden in me, so it's really not blue. So I'm not part of the noble society. I'm two colors, kind of.
Is that what you're saying to them?
No, is that what I'm thinking? Like that's
That's Sparks
territorial
thinking.
monologue.
Understood.
Yes.
Understood.
Yes.
Yeah, you entered the ship and then removed the hat of disguise and gave it to Gaz and have approached the Dragonborn in your form. When you enter the room, they all fall prostrate before you.
Guys,
That's exactly what she wanted.
I know that I told you that we were going to start with possessive pronouns and modal verbs in common, but that's not a reason for you to have a stomachache. Well, a little bit. It's kind of tricky, but
They
are you guys okay?
they begin speaking to you. At first, they begin speaking to you in Draconic when you enter the room. As you're starting to say that, they say, translated from Draconic, "Noble one, you have come to rescue us. We are free of our bonds. Yes?"
Teach you modal verbs and possessive
Yeah,
pronouns today.
as they start hearing your voice and realizing that it is the same as the one that has been speaking to them from behind the mask, one of them looks up and asks, "Do you mock us with this visage? Do you now, knowing what our noble ones appear like, feign to take upon yourself their appearance?"
Appearance of something I have never seen. Like I have seen you, but and you said that it was just one color. Like I have golden in me. Like this. Like yes, I have golden. I'm not just one color. So I'm not part of the nobles. I'm part of the normal people.
She said
I
to
don't think they're
convince
buying what you're
herself.
selling.
You dishonor us further by mocking us with this appearance. How dare you?
There's not pleasing anyone, I swear. Uh okay. No, I this is actually my appearance. Like human sparks is something that I used to be able to talk to everybody in Oregon because they're kind of racist. And I was hoping that Dragonborn Island were not racist, but you're as equally as racist, it seems. So that's kind of disappointing for me. And I,
You
for the 100th time,
you are
I told
noble
you
born and yet you mask yourself.
I
You dishonor yourself, if this is the truth.
want to have a talk to you guys. Since the beginning, the only thing that I wanted was to have a normal conversation with you. Even if I have come as I am with you, I will not have been able to have a normal conversation because you have what you did right now, just prostrated and not in talking to me normally. At least this way, I managed to do what I want, that is just talking into one on one. I just want to meet you, and I'm hoping that we can have some bridges of communication between us.
This is our way. Just because it is different than what you know does not mean it is not normal.
Been
So you
so many.
mock both. So you dishonor yourself by hiding your true form when you are of noble blood and should be displayed in radiance for all to see. And then you dishonor us by calling what we believe and how we live abnormal.
Didn't say it was a normal. Don't put words on me. I said it was different,
No,
and I have seen.
you said you
Yes,
wanted to have a normal conversation, and because
yes.
we did not act in a way that you believe to be normal, you think it is wrong.
Been in many cities. I have seen many cultures. You have only known the Dragonborn culture. You think that your way is the only way.
It is
You,
our way.
but if it's only your way, then there's no breach of communication with anyone else.
You wish us to behave more like you.
I wish for us both to pause our outbringings and just have a conversation one on one. Not not me, someone from Orden, not you from the Dragonborn Island with all this baggage, just to pause a little bit and just be able to find a way, a common ground to be able to communicate.
I do not have baggage, as you call it. I have my culture. I have our way of life. I have what I believe is true. If you cannot accept that our people believe in our way of life and follow it, then there is no communication, for you are also blocking the way with your lack of acceptance.
Okay, so if I take and learn your way, will you take and learn my way? And then you will speak like someone from Oregon, and then I will speak like someone from the Dragonborn Island.
This may be possible.
Start teaching.
You are of noble birth. Your scales betray this to be true. We are already least ones for having been made prisoners. We do not need to regain our honor in the way that our commanding officer had, because he is the one who surrendered us into your service. But if you are of noble blood, you may restore us to our place as warriors. However, we will not betray the emperor or the goddess, and we would wish to return to our people, where in our lands, those who are born high are venerated unless they dishonor themselves. Honor is of utmost importance. Your rank of birth, your caste, that of your family and your lineage is of most importance. Bringing glory to both the Emperor and the Goddess is of most importance. All our ways are for this.
Okay, so I have a question because you have because the ones with scales like mine are in the most up rank. Does that mean that also the education is like is like that? Like are only nobles the wizards and sorcerers and um anything like that, or like is knowledge spread out and then you go to your cast?
You are born within your place.
But
Those,
only wizards are from noble blood.
the wizards,
Or
our spellcasters come from our nobility and our warriors. There are those who learn to work magics into their skills as workmen and craftsmen. The least ones are forbidden from practicing the arts of the arcane or learning the ways of the blade, and there is no reason to educate those things which crawl in the dirt.
he's screaming internally. Okay. Um, those artificers belong to the uh, merchant class or to the noble class or to the warrior caste?
They can come from any of those castes, depending on the way in which you use that gift is often determined by what caste you belong to. Those who are artificers, those who use the magic to make items that utilize magic. Essentially, he tells you that if a noble is an artificer, they typically make things with far more expensive and things that people with means would make, right? Whereas warrior artificers might be like battlesmiths, right? And artificers who are of the working class and of the merchant class or the artisan class would make probably things like wondrous items that were not necessarily of as great value, right? So if you wanted a robe of stars, you're probably a noble if you're making things like that with your artificery. Whereas if you're a potion maker, right? You're probably an artisan. It just depends. It's what you have access to that allows that to happen. Like, people don't move up and down in this society, or I should say they don't move up. You can't like move up a caste, but you can certainly move down one if you dishonor yourself, or more than one. If you dishonor yourself, you just become one of the least ones. You are stripped of all castes.
Sparks like Sandra, give me patience. Sandra, give me patience. Okay. That's so interesting. Huh.
Where you are from, this is not the case.
Okay, so a little bit of background, so we can understand each other.
Yeah, he's asking. He's asking.
I will say, like, I know that I'm from the Dragonborn Islands. I remember some buildings. I remember some things. My father had ships. He was golden, like really, really golden. Like, you melt a lot of gold and make a person and start moving. That was it. And my mom was bluer than me. And we were in a boat all together, and we were attacked, and I was taken away. So I like all this that you're telling me. I might have known at some point, but I was very little when I was taken. I was like
Then
2
you are
years.
indeed one of the Shakirir.
The alcohol that you kept here, like, can I have a glass? Can I have a bottle? I think I need to sit down. And
You conquered
and
our vessel as one of the noble ones. All upon it is yours. The vessel is yours.
yeah, yeah. I bring me 2 bottles, please, please, please.
You are brought bottles. Gaz, when you come down into the submersible,
How plastered is she?
Sparks has started drinking.
Uh, so technically, I okay. I'm a noble. Okay, sure, sure. I have to speak with my mom and tell her I'm sort of evil, kind of.
Wait,
I, I,
what?
I maybe, I need to start tipping instead of 50%, 40.95%. That's evil. I need to start doing that. Yes.
Captain, what exactly are you talking about?
Hey, you guys! I'm evil now
Why are you evil?
because I'm blue.
Okay, that's
Dabba dee
down.
dabba
inspiration worthy.
die.
And explain. You mentioned something like this before.
I will come to him and I will drag him to sit, and I will give him like a bottle, and you are going to need to start drinking with me. Because this is going to take, this is, yeah, you, believe me, drinking makes it better.
Oh no.
Sparks, put down the bottle.
Her and John could be in the same boat now. Not you, John. John, a character from another game.
Fair enough.
We have a prisoner that needs interrogating. I want you present because you're the most insightful among us.
Apparently,
So,
not because I'm evil, or maybe, and I should have known that I'm evil.
give me the
So
truncated version.
I'm a noble from a society that is a caste system which makes Grobert looks like a really nice garden snake in comparison to what it is the Dragon Ball Society, which is a big evil snake,
Captain,
sort of.
keep in mind that many would describe my mother as evil because she's an orc. Would describe me as evil because I'm a half-orc. Evil, you are what you make of yourself, not your birth.
Yes, apparently in the Dragon Ball Islands. And if we are to communicate with them, I need to embrace my evilness and embrace that I'm a noble so they can embrace the Ornithine mindset. So I need to start tipping less. Stupid.
Sparks. Gaz will gently grab the bottle and set it off to the side. And he'll take off the hat of disguise, so he'll be still in the rags, but as like himself, as opposed to the disguised prisoner.
I mean, you could have made the rags with the hat if you wanted to, so you could be yourself after that.
No, he actually wore the rags to sell the bit better.
Gotcha.
That way it'd be like, like the beard would vanish, but that'd be the extent of it.
Right.
Now, report to where we had the prisoner initially, and I'll talk with them regarding this situation, okay?
To whom?
You'll motion to the Dragonborn aboard the sub. How did they respond initially, anyway?
They had a stomachache because of verbs.
They had a stomachache because of verbs.
They put
Lay on hands. Can lay on hands negate the effects of alcohol? Maybe.
What does it say?
Just a second.
Does it clear poison?
Could it get rid of poison or disease?
Neutralize disease or one poison.
Okay, then yes, you can get rid of her drunkenness.
And for this, I need you sober, so my apologies. Pat her on the shoulder and boop.
5 points of lay on hands. And you are no longer drunk.
No!
You can...
Terrible! Guys, why did you do that? And now I'm in the conscience that I am a
Captain?
noble again. Yes?
Keep in mind that you are currently on duty.
I was in duty trying to teach them until they didn't want to speak with me because I have dishonored myself because I am not honoring either the one culture nor the other, and the only way we can communicate is by me embracing.
I will talk with them while you go to the prisoner for aiding in the interrogation, okay? And make sure that the captains don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Oh, God.
Primarily tricks.
Oh, man.
Oh, man!
Yeah, like Ness knows tricks well enough.
Fine.
I appreciate it. And I'll hopefully be able to talk with them regarding this situation.
Well, if you have more luck, then by all means, because I don't know. I don't know how you do it with a grenade.
Well, presumably, at least my presence won't be giving them a stomachache. That's the first thing that confuses me. At least I don't think my presence would give them a stomachache. Gotta tip his armpit.
Just don't mention possessive pronouns or modal verbs, and you will be fine. Sparks will go as human sparks.
Actually, do you want to showcase the transformation for the Dragonborn out of character?
Sure. Guys, this is how I do stuff. So I have this beautiful thing, and then I just put it on, and I become someone that you don't
Captain
like.
Sparks!
Captain Sparks is here, and now you can still complain how I am dishonoring everyone.
I'll punish you in the name of the blue.
Yes, I will talk to you later. I talk to you later.
And I'll talk to you now. Because she was rather disjointed.
You're asking the Dragonborn?
Yeah, like in character, because you've really rattled my captain. And trying to get... Yeah.
We'll have that conversation in a minute.
Yep. Makes sense.
The rest of you have the prisoner and are waiting for Sparks to come up.
I'm here, guys. What do you need?
Well, they aren't letting me interrogate him properly. I'm not going to drown him. I'm going to threaten to drown him.
Tricks, I understand where you're coming from, but
I'm going to cast water breathing on him so that we can speak underwater, and I'll just remind him that I can end the spell at any time.
Captain? The commander of the Phoenix Legion will not countenance the physical violence or the threat of physical violence in the interrogation of this prisoner.
It's magical violence.
Out of character, Gaz would absolutely approve of the threat of violence. He just wouldn't approve of the violence being enacted.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he did threaten to cut out the guy's tongue.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bart is going to be thinking, this is. I can't believe that this is a better conversation that the one I had a couple of hours ago.
Oh, Fox is back.
Yes.
Hey, Sparks, are you okay? You look kind of out of it.
Were you about to say she looks a little blue?
I was, but I stopped myself.
God.
The jokes literally write themselves.
They do. They do.
Jesus.
Yes, how can I help you?
Stop
Ugh.
it.
I've been better. Thank you, please. I think I can now embrace the wonders of alcohol.
Oh, perfect. We should go get drinks after we're done then.
Yes, just don't ask me to tip anyone.
Preacher just kind of raises an eyebrow at Sparks then. And
I don't
just lets it fly.
understand the desire to poison yourself.
A low dose poison in this case, this particular substance,
Is it like trying
Provides
to build up
a-
a tolerance?
more like a low dose of this particular poison tricks induces a state of almost euphoric sensation in the mind.
I just enjoy blaming dumb mistakes on being drunk.
Have you tried believing in something? I find euphoria in that.
Oh, God.
People find
I believe in.
I'm sure
narcissism.
Preacher
that?
understands. For once, Preacher and I agree.
people get their euphoria where they can. Captain Tricks, who are we to judge if they don't harm someone else doing so?
Well, they get dizzy. I get magical power.
Melissa's gonna seriously look at Trex and be like, huh, that does sound like a really good idea. We should totally talk about that over drinks sometime.
Okay.
Walking
What
down
do
wine
you
is
need me?
fine.
What do you need me for? Like,
They're worried that I'm going to actually torture the prisoner. But I've not heard anyone else put forward any ideas, no matter how violent I threaten to be. This usually works.
I mean, usually you can just talk to them and kind of feed out some information.
please, can you seduce him or something?
Have you seen him? I
He's
mean,
a-
I
he's-
could, but there's a line.
He's a little scaly, but he's mostly human looking.
I mean, do you have a problem with scales, please?
She doesn't want to scale that mountain.
Oh, God damn it!
That was a good one.
Ay, ay, ay.
No problem. Actually, you know what? I will not answer that. Let's go interrogate this guy.
The prisoner is
What are
still
we
manacled
looking-
with his arms behind him, sitting in a chair as you left him.
Preacher kind of just kind of just wanders in, just giving off the
Is
air of
Agranak with us?
No,
Oh.
he's completely distanced himself from these proceedings. He's
Okay.
not ready to betray his goddess, as he put it.
Yes, that is
All
correct.
right. Well, are any of you particularly strong?
No.
No.
You could have
Nope.
you could have Captain Roxon there with you.
My concern is just keeping track of his head.
Wait, what?
pointing it in a direction.
Oh, gotcha.
Captain Bliss.
You teach their own. I don't know.
Remember, he breathes electricity.
Oh yeah.
I can't help but wonder what his reaction to the Dragonborn would be. Out of character.
Oh, Sparks has an idea, but like, she will say, if you are afraid of his electricity, I can face that. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
I'd rather just prevent anyone from getting electrocuted. It seems like a solid way, but we don't have any. Could we use like a horse bridle?
You'd have to be able to speak through it.
Yeah, that's the issue. Most of the stuff that would control where his head goes also blocks talking.
That's
why I was just thinking a strong pair of hands.
Couldn't we just intimidate him into thinking that we can actually stop it if we wanted to?
Can you make a wall of water?
I doubt that it could kill most of us.
Can you just not make a wall of water?
No, I could have my tentacle protect you a bit.
I'm just
saying
saying
have, like,
that
the tentacle hold him.
No, it doesn't have the ability to grapple so much as momentarily interact with the world for.
You know what? I'm willing to risk a little shock. It's up to you guys. I think we'll be fine.
I can risk the shock too. No problem with it.
Sparks.
All right,
you know that it takes time to be able to
Yes.
use that again once it's done.
I know it's a short rest, so will
Right.
him talking with the captain count as a short rest?
I mean, you
it's
had him
definitely
overnight.
been an hour and overnight.
Yeah, you had him overnight, right?
Yeah.
It's the next
So-
day.
Yep.
But what I'm saying is, if he uses it,
It will cause, yes.
he won't be able to use it again for a while, right?
Yes. Yes. So the best
So
option,
you can.
tell them. Guys, if he uses it once, it will take a while for him to be able to use it again. So might as well trigger it.
A while.
I don't know.
A while, like how long it takes Captain Preacher to regain his abilities, or a while like myself.
Like yourself.
Understood.
So how are we going to trigger him to breathe fire? Just have him open his mouth and go, ah?
Let's
Not fire.
Does anyone of you know how to be evil? Because I need to practice that.
Yeah, I can totally help you with that later.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? It sounds like Trix might have me beat.
Okay, so maybe tell something about his mom.
Just think about what Gaz would want you to do, and then suggest doing something that he would not like to do.
So I was right in the money when I was thinking that an evil thing to do was giving less tip. Perfect.
I mean, it's rude.
I
As an ex-service worker, don't do that.
Oh, God.
I do have a
Evil
spell.
would be Preacher. The look that Preacher gave me when I suggested, in case he was a spellcaster, that we cut out his tongue and cut off his fingers. Similar to the look that Bliss is giving me now.
You don't need to do that. Just break them, or even better yet, tape them with something and then just gag him. Like, you don't need to cut anything out.
Ugh. That would cover the fingers.
Gag him.
So, are we gonna just, go in?
I think we're going to do a lot of talking, and then we're just going to go in.
Yes.
That tends to be how this group works.
Yeah.
Okay.
here's the prisoner to interrogate. Let's try this method of interrogation. And now that we're going to pretend to interrogate him and give him false information, let's discuss interrogating him for a while more before we actually go do it.
So, just
Okay,
to cover something mentioned earlier, are you planning to feed him false information about Lady Benton still, Preacher?
I intend to, yes.
Well, I have only one concern with that idea.
What?
If that were to somehow get out and get back to Lady Benton that we don't trust her, that could make an already tumultuous relationship worse.
honestly, she basically told us she was going to kill anyone who was in her way. She threatened Dolan in front of us. She's now, quote unquote, oops, I didn't want my troops here, but they are now here in your doorstep, kind of thing. So, uh,
Yes, we can discuss that why she has all of the good traits of a ruler, but I think it's time that we go in and interrogate this prisoner.
Let me handle the talking to start off.
Okay.
That's fine.
Once we do go in and the focus is on Preacher, I will cast Detect Thought on our prisoner.
All right,
I'm going to cast Guidance on Preacher.
Thank you. And I'm going to, Mark, I am. That throughout this whole thing, my gaze is not going to be personally completely on the prisoner, and if I get any sort of indication that he's going to use his breath weapon, I'm going to have a spell prepared to cast on him.
Okay.
I mean, I'll use my own breath weapon on him. It's way worse. I mean, if we're going to go lightning for lightning.
Okay. You enter the room with him.
Preacher is going to just put on an air of just confident, deliberate, just like of a confident deliberation, and just like hands like behind his back, and just like completely unconcerned with his own safety.
Okay.
As he looks over the prisoner. I am Captain Preacher of the Phoenix Legion. Who do I address?
He says to you, "Why do you need to know my name?"
Isn't that the basis of all conversation? Of all communication? Knowing who the other is?
I am Yegolor. Now you know. Is the conversation over then? We've hit the essence.
Preacher just smirks. You know as well as I do that this is far from over.
Worth asking.
So, your presence here shows that Thundermaw's reaches farther than we had planned. How many more of you are there?
My presence here shows that you are competent in taking a prisoner. There is one of me. I sit in this chair.
And how many belong to these how many people, or how many of you exist within the claws of Thundermaw? How many of you are still in this city?
I have told you, there is one of me, and I am here.
Not going to talk, are you?
I am talking very plainly. You seem to be confused by the questions you are asking.
Sparks
You
is
can.
going to interrupt and say, "So, when you say there's only one of you, that you mean that there's only one abomination like you?"
Name calling. Is that your method of interrogation? When I say there is only one of me, I mean there is only one Yegolor, and he is sitting in front of you. He asked me how many of you there are in the city. There is one.
I asked how many claws of Thundermaw exist within the city.
No, you asked how many of you there are within the claws of Thundermaw. There is one. It is me. But if you would like to further discuss semantics, I am glad to teach you the ways of common.
Bliss will chuckle in the corner.
How many claws of Thundermaw exist within Grovair?
It is a difficult question to answer, for we do not know of all of each other.
And at that point, Preacher kind of glances over at Bliss, and is there like a distinct number that appears in his head at all? Just kind of glances over at Bliss,
But there
as
is
if
this sense of many. Like, there's this sense that there's not a specific number that appears in his head. And are you trying to probe his mind, or are you just getting surface thoughts?
I'm gonna try and probe his mind.
Okay.
Mark, I'm going
he
to
gets
cast
make a roll.
Hex on him, and I'm going to Hex his Charisma.
Okay.
So he has disadvantage on all ability checks made with Charisma,
Correct.
which would include lying.
Yes. I need to pull up Foundry real quick and roll against your DC 17. Okay. Okay, you can probe deeper into his mind. He seems, I will tell you, his surface thoughts are confident, feelings of superiority, and that when this question is asked, spell companion. Once you detect the if you probe deeper, the target must make a wisdom saving throw. If it fails, you gain insight into its reasoning, if any, its emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind, such as something it worries over, loves, or hates. There's definitely a sense of hatred towards anyone wearing the Legion's colors right now. And a deep sense of a deep regard for Thundermaw whenever her name is mentioned. Every once in a while, it's going to make an intelligence check to attempt to push you out of its mind, but as of right now, it's not doing that. But a specific number doesn't come to the surface of his mind. It's just, there are a lot of us.
Within the city itself. Okay. Okay, but no, Preacher does none of that and just goes, "How did you know that we were going to be at that tavern yesterday?"
We've been watching you.
The scout that relayed our presence, was he in the party that attacked us?
Yes, but you didn't see him. He's telling the truth about this, Bliss.
Yeah.
You get a mental image of someone waiting in the shadows outside of the tavern, watching it.
And he didn't try to avenge his comrades? Didn't try to stop us from taking you prisoner? As our commander was weak, and had he acted, he might have been potentially killed him.
He might have.
Preacher intentionally is playing that up, that Gaz was wounded, to kind of stick that in his mind a bit. Do you want me to make a roll for that? Like persuasion?
Yeah, make a
Or
persuasion
deception?
roll. Make a persuasion roll.
Every so often, Mark, not in any set time amount, just often enough that he knows that it probably is going to happen, but not when. I'm just going to use the puff of wind effect on prestidigitation and hit him in one of his eyes.
Okay. His eye will twitch whenever that happens.
Guidance does what? Adds a d4, right?
Two skill
for
checks.
1 hour, you can add a 1d4 to one of your... it was only for a minute, but you didn't use it, so it's gone.
Alright.
It's basically like a one-time bless on an ability roll.
Yes.
Gotcha.
But it's a cantrip, so you can do it as often as you want. When he says he might have bliss, you get the distinct impression of if that's what his mission was. That's the thought you hear in your head. Let's make a let's see. Make an intelligence check. You get pushed out of his mind.
Damn it. She'll kind of like signal to Preacher that she's like from where he can't see, that she's no longer like in his mind.
Make a sleight of hand roll. Okay. If he lies, if he's lying, I will, or trying to be persuasive or intimidating, I will have him make a charisma roll at disadvantage. But for now, he's speaking plainly, just evasively.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. This is unrelated to your mission. Your horns, are they a sign of your station within the ranks of Thundermaw? Or are your claws? I know you said that you're one of the claws.
Like I said, he looks mostly human except for some bluish, like faint bluish scales.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He is like multiple generations removed half dragon.
Ah.
Yeah, as in like great.
Sorry, I keep thinking of the half dragon in the monster manual. My mistake.
He doesn't look like a half dragon in the monster manual. He looks like if that half dragon had descendants with humans over like 10 generations, right? Or maybe not even that many, like 5 or 6 generations. So he might have a faint, like, hornish nature to his nose, or like his eyebrow, like his brows. You might be able to see like some faint impression of a ridge, and you can see like I said, very light scale like, very light bluish scale like structures over parts of his skin. Not even the entirety of his visage.
You know, for someone who claims to serve Thundermaw, you're awfully unimpressively not draconic.
The heritage is in my blood.
Preacher gives a scoff of that, and you think that counts for anything with your supposed goddess?
Do you
She is.
do you think that once she conquers the world, that will be important?
Of utmost importance. Her children will help her rule.
Yes, her children. Not some distant relative.
I carry her
It will
blood in
be
my
other
veins.
dragons.
If they exist. Who's to say Thundermaw isn't the last of her kind? That this is all just some vain grasp to reclaim lost glory from a time that will never come again.
You know, Preacher, you might be onto something. If this is what the blood of an ancient powerful dragon looks like at this point, beyond the dragon itself.
Oh, come on, guys. Don't be too rude. He's not that bad looking.
I believe that calls for a deception check.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't know her life. She could be telling the truth. I don't know. Is he attractive?
Well, no, you called it out beforehand, like, oh no.
Yeah, I
No.
thought he was more dragon.
If
If
you're
it's either persuasion or deception, depending on whether you're.
I'll just go. I mean, both are going to be high, so it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
that's fine.
and if your blood is what's truly important, we can take that if we want to.
You do understand the circumstances here. You caused incredible destruction and death inside a city that we control. You attacked our commander, intending to kill him. Given our authority and new position, we would be well within our rights to execute you where you stand. Why shouldn't we?
Not even where he stands. Should he go to trial, he'll be executed for murder.
Do as you wish.
Then what was the point of your whole mission? It sounds like you think you're important,
And you're
but
just
you were
pawn.
just fodder.
Yes. It is unfortunate that we failed.
Unfortunate? Or part of the plan if you came so ill prepared? I think
At that
someone
point,
cast you away.
and this is all part of, and this is all,
He failed to be deceptive at all.
yeah. Preacher will make a show standing up and approaching the door. Guards, increase security at the gates. No one gets through. And at that point, he would turn back around.
You trust in Thundermaw. But I
God-
assume we are not speaking to the leader of the Claws of Grover.
Far from it.
And my question is, why do you trust them? They threw your life away. You are nothing to them.
If my life is forfeit, it is for a cause.
A cause
Yes,
so great
someone
that
else's power.
The power of Thundermaw. I
The
can
power of individuals who will benefit from Thundermaw.
And what power is there to Thundermaw? We stand here in defiance of her and you, still alive, still whole.
For now. I have
For
a
now,
question for
and
all of you, if I may ask. Are you aware that Lord Dolan is planning to betray you?
Yes.
Yes.
Insight.
Or would that be his deception roll?
Ah,
Or persuasion?
just I like that Sparks and Tricks were just like, yeah,
Yeah.
they're all going to try and betray us. Well, it sounds like Preacher just refuses to believe that. Which is funny because you've been like the Dolan fanboy. So it's appropriate.
Sparks or Preacher, do you want to use your inspiration point? I think both of you have one.
yeah.
Mhm.
Oh.
Well, at least you did do better.
Yeah. I mean,
His attempt at throwing this out there to see what it catches is flimsy at best.
yeah.
I just I like the two of the captains were like, yeah.
It's just
there wasn't any gasp. It was just yes.
Yes.
besides,
Every one of these
And-
nobles doesn't care about the city. They care as little for the people of Grover as the leader of the claws here in Grover cares about you. So no, I'm not shocked.
and besides, we know full well that Dolan isn't going to do anything to us. If anything, I'm more worried about your puppet, Lady Benton. Oh, did you think that was some great secret? And at that point, I'll roll deception.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, nice.
It's not a one. Hooray!
Yeah, it's actually a
Double digits.
double digit.
That is news.
It's not like you can really hide anyway. Now that we know that you're here, we have plenty of ways to contact parts of the city that know where things are hidden, and it's only a matter of time till you're all eradicated. Whether that be the elves that work for Captain Bliss, or any of my connections in the underworld. I am lying. Would you like me to roll a deception? I'm not going to
Please.
tell them that it's were-rats.
Please.
Yeesh, yeesh.
He says,
And I'm familiar with the elves, and they're familiar with your changelings. We know they come from whatever that sea is across the desert to prove
that
bona fides,
Trix would
'cause
know the
I
name
would-
of it, right? Yeah.
Trix is from there.
Yeah, I will give you a name for that.
Okay.
I don't have one now,
Yeah.
but that's fine.
Yeah. I mean, Trix was there. He recognizes that they're fey creatures. That's
Yeah.
not out of the realm of possibility for him to know.
Yep. He's gonna,
Especially if his mother was an assassin and got killed for leaving.
Yep.
She probably knew changelings.
you see that he has some sense of surprise upon his face when you say that.
Oh yes, we do know
Oh,
far more.
And just to be a jerk and to see what he does, I'm going to look at him and say, "You don't understand me in Elvish." but say it in like a really like pointed, like I'm mocking him tone. Like I'm saying something really deep and cutting, but I'm literally just making fun of him.
He's gonna look at all of you and say, "You are talking far more than asking questions. Why?"
Because when we were asking questions, you were rude and pedantic. So we realized that you were useless.
Come on, guys, you gotta appreciate the smart-ass attitude. I thought it was charming.
Thank you.
But you did bring up a good point. Where were you located in the city? Where was your base?
I have no reason to tell you.
Don't you? Sorry.
You threaten to kill me, saying it's well within your purview to do so. But we've been watching you for some time. Your half-breed commander would not allow that to happen unless I was truly put on trial. And that was the sentence that was given. He's too caught up in justice.
You live at his sufferance, and yet you insult him like this?
I simply speak the truth of his being. There is no insult in it. It is a matter of facts. Am I wrong?
He might feel differently about his justice if he finds in the morning that you've killed your cellmate.
Then I'll be sure not to do that.
Although I do not understand such devotion to a false god. I'm the only servant of the true god of this world.
Bliss will like
Thunder
raise her
Moms.
eyebrows at that.
Trix rolls his eyes.
Roll her eyes.
By the reactions of your fellows, I fear that your words have struck a chord.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if your understanding is lacking, perhaps when you see her again face to face, you can ask her why she is deserving of worship.
If she ever showed her face in this city, she
Oh,
would...
that time will come.
How soon?
You say that
When she is ready.
When she is ready,
Not,
so will we.
you say that
This-
you'll be sure not to kill your cellmate, but... And I'll throw a lightning bolt at the wall. That breath weapon of yours is very dangerous.
Ah, so you say in front of the other captains that are with you that you will implicate me in such a thing.
What thing? I heard no such thing.
The only one
Captain
here
Bliss?
that I have to convince to allow this to happen is Commander Preacher. Perhaps if you were to give him a reason to hear what I said, perhaps that wouldn't happen.
Bliss is gonna make a show of actually being like uncomfortable with Captain Trix's action.
Okay, give me a performance roll.
Oh,
Ooh!
I do not think that that will happen without your commander finding out what the truth is.
The commander knows what he wants to know.
Oh, I do not think that's true. It seems that your squeamish newcomer here would spill the beans to your commanding officer, as the idiom goes, very quickly.
Newcomer. So you're aware of the recent changes within the Legion? You mean you have a spy here, right here, within our ranks? Thank you for letting me know that.
And so, if the commander does, what's he going to do? Strip me of my title, kick me out of the Legion, and then Thundermaw will come to find a city sunken beneath the waves by the time she arrives.
Really? Getting kicked out of the Legion, that's the punishment for treason amongst your people.
What's yours? Death?
Of course.
And that's why you're all so blindingly loyal.
Excuse me.
And blindingly stupid.
I think one who is willing to kill a random prisoner in order to implicate another, passing judgment upon the decision-making of another group of people is a bit disingenuous, don't you?
No, I didn't kill random innocents by lighting an inn on fire.
Neither
One of
did
my
I.
favorite
That was someone
things.
else. Although, I guess our mission was the same, so you can implicate me in that.
Well, were you equals, or was the one who could cast spells higher than you?
Oh, he can cast spells much higher than me.
No, I meant in rank within your organization. Is that why he ran in terror from me?
And
Some must be sacrificed.
Yes, some must. And others get to die a good death. Then the ones that are sacrificed end up here being interrogated.
I don't know if we're gonna be really getting anything else. Are we sure we should continue?
I've just been enjoying a chat with him. I've realized within the second or third sentence that we weren't getting any information from him other than by just conversing. And Preacher was able to suss out quite a bit of information from just us talking to him. So we could continue to talk and he could continue to make mistakes, which I think would be considered treasonous to his god.
well, yes, quite so. I think.
You don't know us.
We know enough. We know Thundermaw is a false god. Although the loyalty she inspires is something to admire. You should know.
No.
Your new friend didn't speak a word. And deception,
Okay.
Mark.
Yeah.
Bullet when it counts.
Yep. To kind of sell that, to kind of sell that, so that like, you know, when he gets back to the cell, that he can trust him.
Rahuma.
Yeah, Rahuma could be trusted to not say anything.
No, I say we just throw him back in his cell. He's useless.
Well, a useful idiot at times. Thank you very much. And Preacher will stand up. Captains?
Plus, we'll give like a
Great.
glance back at the prisoner before like following after Preacher.
Preacher will be the last one to leave.
No, Sparks is going to wait for him to leave.
Oh. Okay. Preacher will wait just outside for Sparks.
Tell me, how many times have you been called abomination?
None.
None? Then how do you know it's an insult?
The word abomination is insulting.
Is it?
Let me try it on. You're an abomination. How does that feel?
Nothing.
Because I know it's not true. I'm royalty.
Okay, then let me try this one on. You're worthless. Is that an insult?
That is a lie.
But is it an insult?
Only if you believe it.
I believe the phrasing, you're worthless, is an insult. Whether you believe it or not determines whether or not it has an effect upon you. That does not change the fact that it is an insulting phrase. An abomination, calling someone an abomination, is an insult. I am not an abomination, and I have never been called that. It is still an insult.
Are you being called useless then?
Of course not.
And how do you know?
How do I know what?
That is an insult.
Because that is it is an example of what an insult is, by definition.
It only works if the receiving part sees it as an insult.
That's true. You wear a hood, yes?
Yes.
If the hood ceases to keep the rain off your head, does it stop being a hood? No, it just ceases to work as a hood would work. But it is still shaped like a hood. It is still a hood. It's just a very shitty hood.
And I am a shitty hood.
Simply because the insult does not work does not make it no longer an insult. I know what an insult is when I hear one, even if it doesn't impact me.
So what insults have you heard then?
Everything Trick said.
Why does it matter to you?
I just wonder what brought you to believe all that you believe.
I am by birth a descendant of Thundermaw, who is worthy to rule this land as she did during the time of the dynasties. She is far older than any creature in this world. She is far wiser, and she simply bides her time until the foolish usurpers are weak enough for her to take over and show them what true leadership and power is.
Now, I agree that she is older, but older doesn't mean wisest. It's just that she has more experience than other creatures, that she might be able to bring that experience to a good end to the people is an entirely different matter. And here is the thing. If she's so great and so powerful, why didn't she return to rule before Eric Vakarian? Why didn't she remake her throne before?
I do not suppose to understand the nuances of the plans of my betters. Do
Here
you
is the
suppose
yeah,
to understand the mind of your gods?
I at least can question them. I at least have the mind to know when things are good and bad, and I can question my gods.
And do they
You don't
answer?
question, but I question them. But you do not question her. You don't even want to know her. You just want to obey her, not know her.
I am an extension of her.
Only because you believe that. If if what if what I have,
Let me ask you this. How does your line of speaking right now get you what you want?
how do you suppose to know what I want?
I don't know what you want. You have not made
And
that clear. You simply have me tied to a chair and are going on and on and on about why I believe what I believe. Does it really matter to you in the end? It's not going to change what I believe, and it's certainly not going to change what you believe. So if you do not have any questions to ask me, then please put me back in my cell, because I'm tired of listening to all of you talk nonsense.
open just a little bit the cell to whisper to preacher. Should we try torture by kindness?
You wouldn't trust us enough to let it. You won't trust us enough for it to work ever. Leave him be. Trust me, Sparks. I know fanatics when I see one.
Also, kind of like cough, like.
um, Here's the thing: you question so little, and you suppose so much that you believe that this line of thinking was not part of what I want. And she will just leave and close the door.
Did you leave him in there alone?
I won't like leave him. I will be outside the door because he hasn't spent his breath weapon, and she's going to look at Preacher like, what do we do with the breath weapon? Because if the people come to take him away or to bring him food, he's going to use that.
I mean, he hasn't been a problem so far with people moving him about.
He's waiting for his chance.
Yes.
I'm fairly certain that I am. I am fairly certain. Preacher will motion away from the door enough that he can't hear what he said to both in there and and earlier. I'm fairly certain a rescue attempt, or at least some sort of secondary thing, is going to happen. And I do think that there is someone within the Legion helping them.
Sure.
So
He's a spellcaster.
you caught that too. Good. Yeah.
Yes. So maybe we should gag him too.
Not a bad idea. But if you do that, then you wouldn't be able to talk to Gaz again when we put him back together. No. I'd say letting him leave with the misinformation with misinformation we've given him is enough. But we should do everything in our power to stop it and to mitigate casualties in the attempt. Besides, part of his fanaticism comes from the hope that regardless of what we do, his god has enough power to see him through. I fear that if we manage to break the rescue attempt, if we manage to foil a rescue attempt, it might be enough to crack him. With enough time, fully break him. And if it succeeds, that he gets away with the misinformation that we've given him. Either way, win-win.
Right. I will go downstairs then.
Yeah.
Sparks will go downstairs.
This is gonna like watch after Sparks as she leaves. I think I have some things to look into. So if you guys don't need anything else, I think I'm going to deal with those spies that I guess are now mine.
Yes. Captain Sparks doesn't like being seen without a disguise.
I figured as much.
By the way,
It's
Trix,
fine.
Captain,
Yes.
well played. And Preacher gives him like a small nod and a smile.
Well, he was being petulant when you were asking his questions. I assumed I could use some of the interrogation techniques that were used against me in the prison to try and get me to confess to a murder I didn't commit.
Okay.
So are you leaving him in that room, or are you throwing him back in with
We're
fake-
going
fake
to get
prisoner?
Gaz to give him the
hat?
cap so that
Yes.
Gaz can get back in the cell, and then moving him back in. So there will be some time where he's in there, in that cell. But I assume that we have guards on the outside of it.
I would assume so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
And what information was I able to glean from the Dragonborn once Sparks departed? And I would actually be speaking in Draconic.
What do you ask them?
Namely that, okay, my captain seems rather rattled about some information she learned from you recently. Care to explain to me, because she was rattled enough that she was barely making sense, going on about how she's evil, which just kind of stuttering at that point.
Your captain is of noble birth among our people. She has the rights of nobility. She seems to be ashamed of this and dishonors herself, both by hiding it from those around her and by denying her position.
Okay. So that explains why, perhaps explains why she believes she has to act evilly, because the nobility in the city we're in are a bit of a mixed bag. Some act honorably, some act dishonorably. But
to be born noble is not to be born evil.
But she might equate nobility with maliciousness. Ravenreach, I'm not sure how things were there. And as for her being ashamed of herself, let me ask you a question. Were you the only Dragonborn in this city? Would you feel comfortable walking the streets openly? Or would you seek to disguise your features, your appearance?
If our mission in this city was to remain...
Not as a mission. You say your submersible wrecked, and you were the only survivor, and you washed up to shore here. How would you react? And say that were to occur when you were a youngling, when you were barely able to observe the world around you, and you never saw anyone that looked anything like you.
I believe I understand your position. But when she is among those who do not view her as something to be feared, or when she is among her own kind, why then does she continue to hide herself?
Very few within the Legion know of her true form, and I've only recently seen it myself, despite being her commander. And she mentioned something about a stomach ache. Like you all had stomach aches when she revealed her true form to you?
I do not understand why she would say such a thing.
Neither do I. What did you do when she showed?
As is right, we showed deference to her. When a noble-born appeared before us, and we, our least ones, we prostrated ourselves before her.
That's exactly what Gaz does in character. Okay, so a stomach ache was her, and that also makes me understand more as to why she was uncomfortable then. Because she is very much treating she treats practically everyone else as equals to her in standing.
We are not
That is
her equals, whether she revealed herself or not. We are your prisoners. We are least ones. Even if she were not noble-born, we are not equal.
and that's where the disconnect comes in.
As noble-born, we are far from her equal. And even in our normal state, as warriors, we would not be her equal. She would be our better. And is.
I understand where you are coming from, but with your commanding officer, for example, did you how much deference was given to him prior to your capture?
The
Was
same.
def-
The same deference that we have observed your troops giving you.
and at times I ask my soldiers and captains to speak openly regarding any concerns they might have, to speak plainly and have free reign with no fear of repercussions. I believe that's what she seeks with you. Or at least that's the best way I can think to equate it.
I have spoken openly with her at her request when she asked about our culture. She rejects it.
She has never been immersed within your culture. And I've experienced similar to, you know, the orc that travels with us, correct? Agranak?
We have seen him.
He was a prisoner once too. He now acts as my bodyguard.
He has regained some of his honor in your sight.
Never lost much honor in my sight to begin with. He was an honorable combatant and actually allowed us to retrieve the body of our previous commander after he was killed in battle.
Commander, we seek to understand your ways, but we do not seek to practice your ways. We are Dragonborn. We live within our ways. We do not wish to be... We do not wish for our ways to be undone. We simply wish to restore our honor.
if your captain seeks to understand us, we take no issue with this. If your captain seeks to change us, this cannot be.
I will express those wishes to her. I appreciate your honesty. And I believe that may be where the disconnect occurs, because with Agranak, I've been able to teach him, and he has changed his ways somewhat. And I believe he may change his ways further in the future. I hope he changes his ways further in the future. But his culture is not yours.
To assume that because our culture is different, it is evil and needs to be changed is wrong.
I did not mean it that way. I meant that he was open to such change because his culture is not...
I do not say this to imply that you are the one who believes that our culture is wrong and evil.
Ah. And it may help if she were able to figure out more about who her... Because I have met her adoptive parents. Is the concept of adoption familiar?
It happens within the same caste.
Well, in her case, you mentioned she was noble-born. What are the castes, just very quickly?
There's the emperor, the nobles, the warriors, the artisans, and then those who are less than.
Well, in her case, she was adopted by artificers of... Do you know halflings?
We do know of halflings, yes. We have seen halflings.
She was adopted by halflings who used to serve in the Legion and retired from service and became artisans. So essentially moving down one caste system themselves, while she was born a noble, but was adopted into the crafters caste. And she's known no other way.
Are they not both warriors and craftsmen?
They were warriors once, and within the Legion, I'm not sure what manner of service they provided. They may very well have been crafting weaponry and arms for us. But in their retirement, they do not craft solely weapons. It's a merchant shop. Unfortunately, it was also rather wrecked when we initially went in.
We understand that your way is not the same as ours, and how that may be... that our ways may be unsettling for her. That still does not make them evil or wrong. It simply makes them ours.
I will try to impress the difference upon her as best I can. It is ultimately up to her as to how much she internalizes, of course.
And our appreciation for that is great, Commander. And he bows.
Gaz will bow in return.
He holds a hand up. You
Sparks will
do not need to bow for us.
Well, it wouldn't... I would also make sure not to bow to the same angle.
I figured.
Yeah.
I think they might let you get away with a nod, and that's about it.
Sounds about right, yeah.
Sparks will come and give him the hat and say, okay, so I tried to call someone an abomination and I didn't feel great, guy. I need to say that.
Well, two things. First, and Oh, this is meant as an endearing thing, but before I was hoping to get out before Sparks arrived,
Ah,
to kind of to let them know. Incidentally, while she was isolated in that manner, she actually had a miniature horde like a proper dragon, believing that perhaps she was descended from one. I presume that's not the case.
that. I don't know how they would respond to that.
And
I'm,
keep in
I'm
mind, this
helping,
was
question mark.
yeah, and Gaz would, after seeing their hesitation, Gaz would kind of reinforce that with, keep in mind she was a youngling when this occurred. She was a child.
The noble-born do keep great amounts of wealth. Much
But
like
I
the
presume
Emperor.
that even the nobility is not descended from dragons themselves.
We are not descended from dragons, but we are made in the image of the goddess and the Emperor.
So the Emperor is a dragon. Out of character, I'm not sure if that ever got fully established.
It didn't, and they didn't say that necessarily. They said they were made in the image of the goddess and the Emperor. So, if they are bipedal, you could take it one of two ways. Either the Emperor is a dragon, or they are a combination of the goddess and the Emperor. Does that make sense?
Yep. And the Emperor is immortal or
He is
close enough to?
He is the immortal Emperor. We have known only one Emperor since we were exiled.
And they're still unwilling to tell me if the Emperor is a dragon, correct?
That is all they say.
Okay.
If you ask directly, is the Emperor a dragon? They will say, the Emperor is the Emperor.
Sparks may have a better chance at cracking that one, at least.
She may. I would like... Sparks comes back and gives you the hat back. And you guys set the prisoner back in his cell.
Oh, and when she comes back, Gaz will just briefly whisper to her, being a noble from their city should not be considered something evil. And it's insulting to them if you believe so.
It's a caste system, Gus. Of course it's evil.
The caste system is simply a different way. You may think it's in need of reform, but they do not believe so. Whenever you respond like that, it does insult them.
I am trying, Gus. Like, I honestly trying.
I understand.
This is some Star Trek level shit right here. I'm just going to say that.
And try and get out of them whether the Emperor is actually a dragon or not. Or possibly...
I was assuming he was, for how they call. Like, who else lives that long, honestly?
could be a lich. That was honestly my other thought, too, was maybe Merwin. But it could also be a lich.
Yeah, that will not be honorable. Probably.
We have no idea. We're seeing a small facet of their entire civilization. I'd be like judging all of Grover based on the Legion alone.
Or by
Okay,
one of Weston's ships.
Right.
Okay.
Judging the Legion by tricks.
Fine, I'll try. But every time they speak about these things, my stomach it doesn't feel right.
Gaz will pour out one glass of wine for her. Moderate yourself on duty, Captain.
Thanks, Vita.
Happy
and then
holidays
don
you,
the
too,
hat
man.
to get the disguise going.
Okay. You situate your captive in the room with Gaz. Gaz, you're in the room first, then they bring him in.
And Gaz will have apparently trimmed the beard.
Okay. When did they
Not,
let you do
not
that?
cleanly, necessarily, but just shortened anyway.
He asks you, when did they allow that to happen? Nodding in the direction of your beard.
You think they allowed it rather than forced it? Apparently they didn't like how unkempt I looked.
He begins to pace in a circle. Like within the reaches of his manacles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's pacing for a while. He says, "They are terrible interrogators."
I could have told you that. Admittedly, I probably should have. I apologize for not thinking of it. Admittedly, I thought maybe they had interrogated you already. So apparently there are a few whispers about how much damage the commander sustained. Were you the one that managed to do that?
Some of it.
Better than we managed. We didn't even manage to reach them. Admittedly, the terrain was disadvantageous and they saw us coming, so... How did you manage it?
We blew up the room they were in with a pair of fireballs and then rushed in and began to hack at him with weapons. He wasn't in his armor. It was rather easier than anticipated.
Yeah, I would let out a bark of laughter at that and then just go, not in his armor. What warrior? Ugh.
He continues to pace.
Waiting for something?
No. I'm thinking. This helps me to think.
I'd offer a copy for your thoughts, but...
They're more interested in trying to change the philosophies of the prisoner, or scare them into thinking that they're unimportant, or they threatened to kill you and make it look like I did it.
They wouldn't have the stones.
They would
At
not.
least not their commander. Some of the underlings, perhaps. We did manage to slaughter quite a few of them.
Perhaps.
Including their previous commander. Thundermar herself dealt with him.
Yet they cared more about doing those things than asking any pertinent questions.
Well, they resorted to that one side didn't give them any information. Sometimes I think they just enjoy hearing themselves talk.
I would agree. They revealed some information to me that I will have to check with my information, with those within the Claw who gather our information, to see if there's any legitimacy to it.
What information? The commander's injuries? There's the edit that half-breed's injuries.
Yes. He says, no, something about Benton being in our pocket.
These houses are beneath my notice. Not as though I could do much in here anyway.
When we get you out, we will find a suitable use for you.
Hopefully suitable weaponry, too.
Speaking of, I do not believe I can wait till nightfall to leave you. I do apologize.
How are you managing this, then? They've got guards outside the door, and an alarm on. And I think they usually cast an alarm on the room. I managed to get out once, and they caught me pretty quickly.
Like this. And he steps into the middle of the circle that he's been pacing, and a section of his scales glow, and he holds onto his manacles, and the teleportation circle activates and then dissipates. He takes the manacles with him, and you see in his hand as he does a small piece of the chair that he was chained to in the other room as well.
I'll just let out a low whistle. Nice trick. And then stand up and take the manacles off. Or actually, no, not take the manacles off. Captain Rux. Just normal voice.
Commander?
Or actually, no, Captain Rux wouldn't be stationed outside the door. It'd be one of
No, it'd be one of the subordinates, right?
the sergeants, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Or actually, let's see here. Sergeant Blazecut. And in walks a redhead that's about 50 years old. Been in the Legion longer than Gaz had. Yes, sir. Inform the cap. Kindly unshackle me and inform them that he managed to get away.
And we'll end it there for tonight. Through all these conversations, interrogations, and conversations about interrogations. And maybe next week we'll actually sling some combat dice. We'll see.
Conversations about conversations, actually.
Or rather, we'll talk about how we're going to have combat.
Yes, that's probably likely. Why don't we do some favorite moments, and we'll see how that goes. Let's see. We'll start at the back. Emmy, favorite Bliss moment?
Coming up with a safe word.
I agree. Rest of the party?
I enjoy her taking in all of the idiosyncrasies of her new compatriots.
Yes.
Especially her reaction to tricks and the rather bloodthirsty nature. Or ruthless nature, I should say.
Ruthless, yes.
I like her casting deception with a prisoner that you're nice. You're kind of cute.
He's not that
Not that
ugly,
ugly.
guys.
Oh, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it was the... So I've got to go arrange my spies, apparently, that I have now.
Yes.
Oh yeah, those are mine.
Which, by the way, I'll need you to make rolls for that. We'll talk
Cool.
about that in a little bit.
If you have any elves, don't send them. They're expecting elves now.
John, favorite preacher moment?
I'm going to say the interrogation and just the letting him think that he's letting him just like, and just the deliberate missteps and not so deliberate missteps, and just let it just like the back and forth. I mean that's what preacher does. That's what he lives for.
I
That-
like
Keeping everyone else alive, but
I like his comment about she's not a real goddess. I serve the true God.
That was my favorite too, where he's like, my God's the only God, and everyone else is like,
Everybody's like, groan, here he goes again.
I mean, Trix rolled his eyes because he doesn't disagree, but he also doesn't think that gods are all powerful.
Right.
Well,
The creature he worships' sole goal is to get gods to come back here so he can beat the shit out of them.
Yeah, I was kind of glad Guess wasn't in the room there. He would have been giving him the side eye strong on that one.
well, as mainly just preacher's only thing was just basically just trying. It was his way to just denigrate Thundermaw as a deity, just to again put him off try to get a rise out of him and get him to stop thinking clearly a bit. That's all it was.
Still would have gotten that knee-jerk reaction, though.
Yeah.
That's fine. Preacher can just look at you and go, "Well, I'm sorry. You'll just have to forgive me."
Oh, God. Adam, your favorite Tricks moment?
Being the bad cop.
Fair.
In particular, the water-breathing bit, because that genuinely was really clever. Like, Gaz would have actually given his seal of approval if he had been asked. In terms of a threat, as long as Trix didn't actually carry it out.
Yeah, Gaz only approves of empty threats, okay?
Yep.
I mean, I would have had to do it once, but I would have brought him back up and then spent another 10 minutes casting the ritual again to start again.
Oh, God. Ugh. Others?
Yeah, I liked all of Trix's threats throughout the whole episode. They were always very interesting and creative, and you're like, what? What?
Like, I personally appreciated just like Trix picking up the ball and running it along with Preacher during the interrogation.
Yeah, they actually bounced off each other really well this session.
Yes.
Good cop, bad cop.
Yeah.
Two cops forced to work together who hate each other. I work alone. Me too. I work a loner.
I work a loner. Dio, favorite Sparks moment?
Drunk Sparks is the best Sparks.
Oh, God.
The entire interaction, like her exasperated interactions with the Dragonborn. Like realizing I can't speak any sense to them.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying her continued breakdown about the fact that she's nobility, but I think my favorite was just that they were having stomach aches.
Yes.
Gaz is like, what does that mean?
I personally enjoyed that trick that Sparks came into the interrogation and was just kind of like, what do you guys need? Like, she was so not Sparks about it. She was so down. Like,
So blue.
let's just do this.
Yeah, why were you so blue, Sparks?
You know
That's
the
not
fun
going
was
away
coming.
anytime soon, isn't it?
Did you wear blue under your cloak on purpose today, Dio?
Yes.
Nice.
I usually only wear black or gray stuff because she's a rogue, but blue.
I also noticed that when you were down in the sub, you changed your background to be Sparks to signify that you didn't have the hat on. So,
Yes.
that might actually be my favorite Sparks thing from today, is just those small details. I appreciate them so much, Dio. Stu, favorite Gaz moment?
Honestly, most of the session kind of stretched Gaz around a fair bit.
Yeah, this was a pretty Gaz-centric session.
At least I did try and include others by using Urag.
No, you were great. That was great. That was really brilliant, by the way. That's probably my favorite thing from Gaz, is the use of Urag to include the other members of the party in the whole facade.
I liked Gaz leaning into his father's talents of acting this session.
Yes.
It was very method. When I come back, I have to have a different beard.
I liked
Well-
you making Sparks sober. That was my favorite. You're like, ah, shit. I know. You see you're drinking, but I really need you sober, and then that's the best use of my own hands.
I now want to play a paladin that's like, I don't know, Oath of Vengeance or something like that, who's just like down and depressed and just like uses lay on hands to get rid of the hangover every morning.
Well, lay in hands wouldn't really work that point because
It'd be out of his system.
Yeah,
Exactly.
That's true. You would have to use it before that.
You could always do create water. But actually, my favorite moment probably was interacting with the Dragonborn a bit more.
I like that too.
Yes.
Especially like, okay, what's the stomachache thing? And then the immediate reaction after they actually tell him, and then realizing, oh,
Mm-hmm.
I really appreciate that Gas is trying to be the bridge of communication between Sparks and the Dragonborn. Like, yeah, I see both parts, kind of.
yeah, trying to help them understand your position better because he knows how tongue-tied you get. Especially when put under the spotlight, and being nobility, you are under the spotlight.
Yes. They're like, be the spotlight. She's like,
Well, admit I guess honestly thought he would get at least a chuckle and maybe like a humanizing moment, so to speak, in regards to the horde idea.
Yeah, I think they were just kind of like, I don't know what to do with this. That's weird.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what Gaz was counting on.
It is inappropriate for me to know how nobility sleep.
Yeah, pretty much. That was their reaction. Gaz was hoping for kind of a couple chuckles at the silliness of it.
I like that you were like, they were like, yeah, it makes sense that nobles would do that, and it's some weird holdover from her childhood.
I enjoyed sassing everybody with the prisoner today.
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was probably my favorite part.
I enjoyed sassing the prisoner.
Jaegalor was
I
definitely
don't
the
know.
highlight.
I think the prisoner won in this ass battle. He was on
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, I was a bit more like, I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, you were just threatening him.
You're like, he's like, I'm being sassy. I'm like, I'm gonna frame you for murder.
By the way, from his perspective, the like threats to frame him for murder or like the talking down about Thundermaw, like the way he took that was they're getting nowhere, so they're just getting frustrated and starting to say mean things to to I don't know what, like to throw me off.
Which
in our
was
mind,
kind
we're
of
like, we threw him off.
yeah, that was kind of the case, although I don't think you're necessarily meant to go about it in that manner.
We were like, we'll just chit-chat. He's more likely to say things in a back and forth than he is if we just do question and answer.
And actually, I really like the Dragonborn aspect with this one. Especially them immediately going prostrate when they see her, and then actually, like, kind of telling her off for, you dare to mock us?
Yeah.
And that absolutely helps with world building right there.
Yeah.
Good. Again, my frame of mind is like this is their way of life, and Sparks is essentially telling them your way of life is weird and wrong, and you don't see why it's wrong, and I need to show you why it's wrong, and we need to speak like we're equals. And they're like, but we're not equals. Like,
yeah, it's a bit like someone in fantasy North Korea being told something that completely differs from their view. Or rather, Sparks is treating their nation like fantasy North Korea, when we have no frame of reference for that, which is what Gaz was trying to get across in that last little bit.
it's very much like...
Like, there's probably a cult of personality at work there, but...
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
Well, when you have a literal immortal emperor.
Yes.
But it may also be that the class or caste system is for an actual reason that we have no means of knowing.
Well, they're gonna invade us sooner or later, so it's fine. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's not like they have a bunch of ships inland at this point.
Yeah,
I
because
know, I know.
someone
Don't worry
helps
about it.
them and
Actually,
Fireball the city and
they don't have a bunch of ships inland at this point, but they will in like a week from where you are right now.
Now, here's my question that apparently no one picked up on. Because the Dragonborn made reference to both an emperor and the goddess.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Gaz has pieced that one together. It's just a matter of, okay, we gotta suss out whether the Emperor is a dragon, because the goddess more than likely refers to Thundermaw, but if I recall right...
They did not know who Thundermaw was when you asked.
no.
I-
And they said that she was multicolored.
Okay.
Sparks asked that question specifically.
Yeah.
Funny enough, I must have forgotten about that, because I thought that we were making a deliberate choice to not mention Thundermaw.
You were making or you didn't mention Thundermaw. You had asked questions about the goddess that indicated that she couldn't be Thundermaw.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we did. Okay, so we still haven't... Have we mentioned Thundermaw herself to them?
I do not think you have.
No.
Okay, because that's why Gaz stopped short regarding, like, the previous commander was killed in battle. Like, correcting himself last second.
Yes. You haven't mentioned Thundermaw to them, but you asked questions that indicated that Thundermaw was or that their goddess was multicolored, that she is some kind of celestial
Like
being.
a Tiamat sort of thing.
Yes, and basically they said that she created all the other dragons. So because Sparks asked about that, and she asked also what happens if there's will you, if you have your goddess that she's multicolored and then comes another goddess, another dragon, like what happens there? And they said that they will follow the dragon because she or he is part of the goddess or something like that.
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
I did forget about that part, because I was just about to ask, like, so why don't we tell them about Thundermaw? And yeah, that would clear it up.
Yep. Well, guys, I hope you had fun.
Yes.
Yes.
And we will be back next week with Talking, the D&D game.
Which does, in defense, it does make sense given that we are concurrently playing with diplomacy players.
Yes, absolutely, it makes sense.
Ooh.
I'm just digging, like, fucking around with you guys.
Oh, I know.
We'll be back
this
with the
will
Company
be-
of Fools next week. I am going to set up a raid if you want to hang out and stick around and chat. Thank you for watching. It's been a fun evening filled with interrogations. And we'll see you next week. Have a good night. Oh, enjoy the holidays. Merry Christmas for those of you celebrating.
Christmas.
And, happy Hanukkah for those of you who have been celebrating. And whatever holidays I missed.
Kwanzaa.
Yeah. Kwanzaa. Happy Kwanzaa.
The Kwanzaa Liberation Front.
We'll see you around.
See ya.
Bye.